morning, everyone, and welcome to the Design Review Board meeting being held here in Miami Beach at City Hall. It's April 5th, and I welcome everybody. The meeting agenda is not very long today, but there is a couple items that we'll focus on, of course, which are going to be covered by Michael when he makes his introduction. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Michael. Go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just want to remind everybody here on the dais when you're speaking to please make sure that your mic is on and to speak into the mic. And before we begin, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rothstein, who can let members of the public know how they may participate virtually in the meeting today.
Good morning, all. Today's Design Review Board meeting has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the Commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate virtually via Zoom in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city's clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on behalf of who they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or other employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're speaking in favor of an item, against an item, or encouraging its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And whenever ready, I can swear in the public. Shall I proceed?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. For those that are going to be providing testimony today that are in the chambers, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just realized before we begin, we didn't do the election of the chair and vice chair last month, so I'd suggest that we do that now. If we have any nominations or anybody who would like to make a motion. This would be for the election of the chair and vice chair. If we can start with the chair. Right now, Mr. Bodner is the chair and Ms. Goer-Nelson is the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Goer-Nelson? Motion passes. How about nomination for vice chair?
I want to nominate Sarah Goer-Nelson.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll let her know when she returns.
Perfect.
Thank you. So first, we have some. We have the approval of the minutes from the after action for the March 1st meeting.
I move to approve the minutes from the March 1st meeting.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And just want to inform Ms. Keller Nelson that you've been reelected as vice chair. On to some housekeeping items. The first item is DRB 21-0734. This is a roundabout at the intersection of Pine Tree Drive, 46th Street, and Sheridan. The city is still working out or modifying the plans for this application. This has been continued a few times. At this point, we're suggesting the board does not need to take any action. It will be re-advertised for a future date when the city is ready to come forward with that application. The next item is DRB 21-0718. This is 8 Ferry Lane. This was an application for a new 4-story single-family home on Ferry Lane. The applicant has withdrawn that application, so the board does not need to take any action on that item. And the next item is DRB 21-0786. This is 400 North Hibiscus Drive. Just to make a correction here, this new house does not involve the replacement of a pre-42 home, and it was determined that their application does not require any waivers, so this application does not require review by the DRB, and thus it has been withdrawn. With that, we'll move on to our regular items on the agenda today, and the first is a discussion item, which you'll see next month in terms of a formal application, which is DRB 22-0793 for Mount Sinai Medical Center. And this is a discussion item related to the construction of a 6-story parking garage within the western portion of the Mount Sinai campus. We have Mr. Kasdan here to begin the presentation for this discussion item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Neeson Kasdan and Wes Heavy of Ackerman representing Mount Sinai Medical Center. And thank you for this opportunity to present this preliminary discussion, but it's really about much more than the garage. Mount Sinai Medical Center is one of the most important institutions, not only in this city, but this region. There is a campus master plan, and the parking garage is the first of more than one item that will come before you. So we felt that it was important for you to understand fully the mission of Mount Sinai Hospital, to see the master plan, so you see how each component fits into each other, and then, of course, get your preliminary feedback on this parking garage, which is a necessary element in order for the hospital to build the Bremen Cancer Center, which has recently been announced. With that, I'd like to ask if we would promote Tom Folders, who is the architect for the garage, onto the video here. But I would like to start by first introducing Gino Santoro, who is the president and CEO of Mount Sinai Hospital Medical Center, who will talk about the mission and the vision and how this component fits into that, followed by a presentation of the campus master plan. And I think you will see, if I may comment myself, that many times large institutions, universities, and hospitals have a hodgepodge of architecture. And you will see the theme that they're trying to develop for the most public-facing expansion portions of their hospital. I think you'll be very impressed. And then we will also make a presentation directly on the garage itself, which will be the first item coming before you. So, Mr. Santoro.
Thank you, Neeson. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board. Thank you very much for your time and commitment and intellectual commitment to keeping the city beautiful. My name is Gino Santorio. I'm the president and CEO of Mount Sinai Medical Center. And I wanted today to present, just teeing up, what this entire project is about. The parking garage is really an enabling project for our larger project, which is a replacement cancer center. And so to review our mission, which has been and will continue to be to provide really the best care to our community, enhanced through teaching, research, charity care, and financial responsibility. And this project, our Cancer Center project, really aligns 100% with that mission. So when you look at the cancer incidence rates that are going to be in our community by the end of the decade, we're anticipating a 12% increase in cancer incidence by the end of this decade. World Health Organization, by the end of 2040, shows that number exponentially increasing significantly further. And to exacerbate that problem, there is a projected physician shortage in Florida, particularly, of almost 18,000 physicians by 2035. Oncology as a specialty and the physicians that operate in that specialty represent a large portion of that shortage. And so what we're looking to do to address this need when we see cancer care surpassing cardiovascular disease as the leading cause of death in our community is rising to the occasion to address that. And that's why we're building a new right-sized, state-of-the-art cancer center to be able to provide that level of care directly in our community and to be able to recruit the best and the brightest oncologists and surgical oncologists and radiation oncologists to our community. So that the parking garage is really our enabling project to make this happen. And we have also partnered with Columbia University, an Ivy League university, for our oncology care. That covers all assets, so that's radiation oncology, medical oncology, and surgical oncology, to ensure that we have the top level of care in a standardized fashion. They're ranked top 15 in the country, and we're very excited to do that. We've been able to recruit a new medical director from a NCI-accredited cancer center, which was also ranked in the top 15 in the country. And as we start to make new recruits, which are happening from now, it's very important for us to make sure we hit this timeline for a variety of reasons. One is the incidence rates that I discussed are increasing at a rapid pace, and we need to be able to provide the clinicians and the site of care to be able to address that need. And the second thing is, unfortunately, and I'm sure I don't have to educate anyone on this, the inflation rates, particularly around construction, are immense. And so the faster that we can make this happen, the cheaper it will be, and the more money we'll have to dedicate towards the underserved population in our charity care and towards our mission. So with that, I thank you again for the consideration, and I'll turn it over to I guess, Arjun? Arjun. Thank you so much.
And Mr. Santorio will be here for questions that you may have about the hospital as well.
Good morning. So I'm Matt Bernard with Mount Sinai. I wanted to introduce Arjun Bhatt with Canon Design. So they were instrumental in forming our master plan and are also the designers for the forthcoming cancer center.
Thank you, Matt. So if you'll advance to the next slide, please. So in conceiving of the master plan for Mount Sinai's medical campus, the western face of the campus facing the water was really conceived as the area where expansion could most likely occur. And reorienting the image and front door, so to speak, of the campus towards the west and towards the bay was really the intent. And the locus for that transformation really started with Skolnick Tower. It created that new image for Mount Sinai that they were seeking, and it also precipitated a host of other projects across the campus to update and unify the overall aesthetic of that campus, which also included repainting many of the buildings, if not all. I think they've all been painted at this point. A unified white and gray color scheme in order to create a new unified aesthetic for that campus. The location of the cancer center sits prominently on the water's edge, and it was also the most logical place for that cancer center to be located for a variety of functional reasons as well. So if you'll advance to the next slide, please. And as you can see here, it sits on what is currently a large parking lot, currently mostly used by staff. In order to enable this project to occur, the new parking garage was identified as a critical need. So there in the circle indicated with the number 1 is the location for that parking garage, adjacent to the existing staff parking garage as well. So if you advance to the next slide, please. The new cancer center really builds on the aesthetic started by Skolnick Tower, the sort of curving forms and the organic shapes, the intention of which was to really play on the shadow and shade that could be created in the Miami sun, and the white colors, obviously paying homage to architecture in the Miami Beach, or the greater Miami Beach area. The water's edge holds a healing garden, so we're really trying to preserve and create a really great patient experience facing the water and facing that western front, as I said before, which would be the new face or front door up to the campus. And with that sets up the garage.
Thank you, Arjun. I'd like to also introduce Tom Folders with Folder Studios. He's on remotely and responsible for the design of the garage facade. So Tom, if you can kind of walk us through your process for how you generated the design.
Mr. Folder, before you begin, I just need you to swear you in.
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me be able to present remotely to you today. And I do want to just walk through a little bit of the ideas with the employee parking garage facade design. On point is that we're interested in creating a facade that learns from the campus architecture. And we will see, certainly from this image, that the campus is made of bold curves, sinuous forms, and sweeping contours. These are very light in color and largely free of surface articulation, which allows the legibility of these curves, I think, to really come forth. And also want to mention the curved shadow lines there of the Skolnick Tower that were influential to us. This is an iconic building that one sees from a distance when looking at the campus. And these downward swooping curves of the shadows, again, as was just mentioned, relative to the sun and Miami Beach, were an inspiration. Next slide, please. Along with these curves, we also see on campus a continuum of horizontal bands. Really, these link what our diverse campus architecture and create a unified field. So we see through the spandrels, the horizontal glass, various cancer centers, once again, the Skolnick Surgical Tower light scoops and shadow lines. And this certainly resonates with the campus sited next to Biscayne Bay. And it was absolutely our intention to learn from this horizontality and from the curves that I just mentioned previously. Next slide, please. So the strategy for the facade took cues from this context. And essentially, first, we created horizontal bands to resonate with this horizontality that I've mentioned. On top of that, we overlaid these downward contours. Again, if we remember the Skolnick Surgery Tower and other campus architecture. And together, these are overlaid to create basically the backbone for the design of the facade. And the curves where they intersect with the horizontal lines largely take place on the southwest corner. Next slide, please. So here we see what I was just mentioning, this kind of curves on a curve effect that amplifies the southwest corner of the garage. That's closest to the causeway. It's basically the point of the facade that one sees when entering and departing from Miami Beach along the causeway. The rest of the garage is largely shielded through vegetation and other buildings. And then to the west and to the south elevations, the facade becomes a horizontal band that starts to simplify. Next. So basically what we did is we created a three-dimensional digital model that was a relief that learns from the light scoops of the Skolnick Surgery Tower and also from the spandrel profile, this kind of folded plane that we see wrapping the forthcoming Raymond Center. And that creates basically a surface depth for our digital file. Next slide. And then using our computational design processes, we were able to essentially flatten that three-dimensional digital file into a two-dimensional perforated surface. So the surface learns, once again, from the campus architecture. It learns from a three-dimensionality, and then it starts to become smoothed out into perforations here, which, of course, are designed to allow for natural ventilation and daylight into the interior spaces of the garage. And while I'm here and not there, I understand that we do have some samples there, so perhaps someone could point to those.
So we do, Tom, and so to the chambers, if I can direct your vision to the back of the chamber, we have a sample here, full size to scale, of approximation of what a portion of this will be. So Tom, I mean, it's fully visible if you want to speak to it.
Yes, so that's obviously a very, very small portion of the facade. You get a sense of the materiality and the Mount Sinai white color that it's been painted. Perforations change in size to allow for a visual effect, which when you are looking at a close sample, it's one thing. But then if we go to the next image on the slide deck, we see from a distance, as one pulls away, the pixelation basically recalibrates and comes back into focus. So the result is a materially efficient cladding system that's smooth, it's vertically smooth. And yet, as we'll notice, when we see it from a distance, it retains the three-dimensional visual appearance that I was speaking about earlier. And so I think it's important to look at not only the sample, that you have in person, but also the image that's up on the slide as we pull away from this. And it's important to iterate that the facade straddles its dual role for being an important architectural addition to the campus, while also maintaining its status, as has been mentioned, as a supplemental building. So by design, its aim is to support rather than visually dominate the other cancer and medical buildings nearby. So in effect, we wanted to keep it quite simple. I mentioned the smooth curvatures at the beginning that we find on other campus architecture. And we believe these kind of large, bold, sweeping curves, together with the horizontal lines, sync nicely with other buildings. And I'll, next slide, and I'll pass this on to Matt, I believe.
And thank you for that, Tom. And so, again, I'm Matt Bernard with Mount Sinai. I oversee planning and construction for the organization. And I just wanted to quickly expound upon some of the points that both Arjun and Tom have pointed out here. So, of course, the design of the individual buildings is important, but, really it's the experience for both our patients and then for the city as a whole that we're here to discuss. And so what we wanted to do is, provide a little more context and understanding of how the building would be experienced both, from within the campus and in the surrounding causeways. So what you see here is a topic we've touched on. It's the two locations for both forthcoming projects. The 760 parking space area denotes where the future cancer center will be. The 160 parking spaces is the existing surface parking that will be the footprint of the parking garage. And so the reason that we really wanted to bring this slide forward is that currently the views onto the campus are of these surface parking lots. And our desire not only to further the skyline of Miami Beach and Mount Sinai itself, but it's also to consolidate all of this parking in an efficient and more aesthetically pleasing way to be able to afford the opportunities for this greater development of the aesthetic. Can you please progress to the next slide? So to give you some context of the garage itself, this is the ground floor plan. Plan north, you see the existing garage, so there is a direct connection on the ground floor for greater efficiency, but it's fully independent in terms of its own circulation. So we hope that this will significantly improve vehicular flow on the campus itself, and again, afford us the opportunity to consolidate widespread surface parking into a more efficient, centralized location for the staff. Next slide, please. So again, going into the context of the surrounding views, the current view as you're headed eastbound on the Julia Tuttle, you can see the Skolnick Tower in the distance, and in the forefront is that surface lot that comprises the 760 spaces. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So the future view will be of the Cancer Center, obviously very prominent on the waterfront, but also a far more appealing visual than the surface lot itself. We also have this slide here to give you a sense of context when you're headed eastbound on the Tuttle. Most of the approach of the garage will be obscured by the future Cancer Center once both developments are completed. Next slide, please. So now headed westbound in the opposite direction, this is the current view. You can see that the FDOT landscaping is really the only visible component at that part of the campus. And if you go to the next slide, please. So the future development will have a far more pleasing aesthetic. The screen that was described by Tom, you can see the key plan there for just kind of a general sense of orientation. This is going eastbound on the campus, and it is the southernmost edge, or eastbound on the Tuttle is the southernmost edge of our campus. Next slide, please. So this is the view that would be the most prominent. It's westbound right as the Tuttle splits into Alton Road. And what we wanted to really express is that from this vantage point, any citizens are going to see this at about 60 miles an hour. And so Folder Studio did a very good job of taking that into consideration and trying to develop a facade design that would respond to that speed, something that could still be seen and interpreted, but without being overwhelming and play its role as a supplementary building within the hierarchy of the campus. Next slide, please. So of course, half the time that this is viewed, it's going to be in the evening, and we wanted to be very cognizant of that. So we underwent a series of light studies, and we've landed on a iteration similar to this. So it'll be a light wash vertically on the facade, emphasizing the perforations but not overwhelming the overall skyline. Next slide. And then, of course, how we treat it on the interior of the campus is important as well. And so you can see from the key plan, this would be the view from the Cancer Center walking across the street towards the garage. So this would be a view that the staff experiences. And I believe Folder Studio did a very good job of tying in the two aesthetics. So the horizontality that speaks to the existing garage and the campus as a whole is seen there in the facade, but then the playfulness of the curvature still exists and registers to the existing garage stacking in the future bridging. Last slide, please. So we want to leave you again with this image just to give you a sense of what the future has in store, and where we are excited to get both of the projects moving forward.
And Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation. We'd like to first thank you for giving us this opportunity. The garage project is a critical time path issue towards the development of the Braman Cancer Center, and we appreciate having the opportunity to provide you with feedback on that now. Of course, you've heard from Gino the mission of the hospital, which is to provide the finest healthcare service not only for our community but beyond, and the importance of the Cancer Center. But you also see the commitment from the hospital's part to, within their budget, create a uniform and much more attractive design aesthetic throughout the whole campus. We are available here for questions if you would like. And I would also like to thank Michael Belush. He's worked with us. We refined the design in response to certain comments he had, which we think overall have made it even nicer in terms of the garage. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, this is a discussion item, so I don't think I have to open it up to the public, do I?
I would suggest doing it anyway, so
Okay.
in case we do have some comments, since this is going to come before you next month.
All right. If
So,
anyone wishes to comment at this time, please raise your hand online or come forward.
And we do have limited participation online today with nobody's hand raised, so I guess with that we can close the public comment. And if,
Okay, I see no one in the audience who wants to speak from the public, so I'm going to close it and turn it over to the board for comment and discussion. Yeah, I'll jump in here. I normally don't jump in here right in the beginning, but I'll jump in. And is the new facility, the new cancer center, designed to expand in the future?
Gino, would you?
And it's a loaded question. I would say yes if I were, because I think having worked at Sloan Kettering on several projects, I know that they've expanded within their city block many times, upward probably more than anything.
Yeah, so the answer to that question is we've designed the cancer center to take us into the growth category for the next 20 years. And following what some of the other major cancer institutions across the country have done, beyond the tertiary center, which is the Bremen Cancer Center, which will be on campus, where it has gone, cancer care has gone into the community, so we can really optimize our 10 satellite locations to bring cancer care closer to home as well. So we'll have both of those items.
And you've also, if I may, hired a new director, right?
Yes.
At the center.
Yes.
You might want to mention.
So the new medical director is coming from Roswell Cancer Institute. Has done a great job there and really has been principal in helping to design the hub and spoke model there as well, and has been actively involved in the design of this cancer center as well to ensure that it's right sized to take us through the next few decades.
Comment on the master plan as well, or just the?
No, this is really to comment on the overall design of the garage that's going to come for you next month. So in case there's major changes or minor changes, they can address those or respond to your comments when they do return to you for the formal
for the
application.
master plan?
No, for the
just the
garage. The master plan is not before you. The master plan does get reviewed by the city, but the master plan is not before you for review today. This is just a discussion item on the garage. They were just informing you of the master plan.
Okay. We just wanted to provide a contextual. And by the way, if any of you would like a visit of the campus and to go more in depth into what's been done and what will be done, we can certainly arrange that with Mr. Santorio or with Matt Bernard.
Unfortunately, I've spent some time on the campus, but and it does need a little help. But the problem with the garage, only problem, is that when you showed your three-dimensional version of the lattices, for lack of a better term, facade was much more interesting than the flat version that we see in the back of the room here. And in fact, all it looks like is dots on a screen. It's not very interesting visually or three-dimensionally. It's probably more like a mural rather than a facade, because it's not going to feel like it's a real substantive material because it's probably just stamped metal.
We might want to have Tom Folders speak to that. Tom, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. We wanted to keep the affordability of the skin an important factor. And so basically, while we did create this complex three-dimensional pattern, that's something that extends well beyond budget. And what we're able to do is create an effect, as it were, that would resonate with where that came from in other campus architecture. But when seen from a distance, starts to create this optical effect of that three-dimensionality. As the garage, the interior spaces are quite dark, as we know. And with the spandrels of the garage being in shadow, as we've seen from other projects that we've worked on here, we create a high contrast of lightness and darkness that we can leverage to create what you're calling an image, but it's also one that has an architectural presence as it wraps the garage. So yes, we understand it is a flat panelized surface and system, and yet everything has been done to create a series of geometrics and kind of optical effects, especially as one moves around the garage, not only walking and driving, but also as seen from the causeway. we believe that it will seem and appear quite dynamic. And I think that's what takes us beyond simple flatness that we see on most facades that might just have a simple flat perforated pattern that really doesn't add resolution to a larger presence, right, architecturally. And this, we think, will start to become something else.
There's a garage in the design district that creates 3 different patterns or images around its facade, which is directly adjacent to the highway. And the portion that is really the most successful is the 3-dimensional version of a lattice work. You might want to look at that to see what I'm responding to in terms of the flatness versus that garage.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, there was significant internal discussion, as Mr. Folders, I think, did indicate that there are budgetary constraints. This is a not-for-profit institution, and the money is going into the primary services, including the Cancer Center. At the same time, it is also a secondary building in that it is going to be, much of it will be, the view from the bay will be hidden by the Cancer Center. And these were candidly practical considerations they had to deal with.
I might just add, as a matter of fact, the parking garage that you referenced was something that we looked a lot at. And the middle section of that, when you're coming across the highway, is the part on that garage that is actually a 2-dimensional grid in a similar fashion. The exterior sides of that garage are 3-dimensional, but the middle section is a 2-dimensional, which gives a 3-dimensional look. So we thought that particularly based on the proximity of where people will be to this garage on our campus, they'll be a little bit further away for the most part, which we thought would provide that 3D version. But
I think what might be helpful is to, because right now what's happening, I understand the concept, and overall I think it's great. I wonder right now what's happening is the pattern is reading as just texture. And I wonder if you were to make the perforations all proportionately larger, if you would get that sense of optical illusion and playfulness that I wonder if that's the issue. Because that's it, they're small and they're very close together. And you have, this multi-story building. And I think that, I don't know, that's what struck me between Jim's comment and just reviewing the plans ahead of time. That it's just reading as texture, and I think you guys wanted to read it as something a little bit more complicated than that.
maybe one of the things that we can do is bring back an example of, because again, when you go to some of these garages that are 2-dimensional with perforations, and you're standing up close to it, it does have a similar look to what we're seeing here. But when you're standing away and appreciating the aesthetics of those garages, the screening really does have that playfulness. So maybe I hear the comments, and we can try to come back with some different schematics that will at least show what it's looking at. Because while there are other options, our principal concern is, we wanted to make sure we maintain the integrity of the aesthetics, which is why we did a full wraparound, and we did something other than what's already on our existing campus parking garage. We think it's nicer than that. But we wanted to maintain the majority of this for the principal design of the Cancer Center, which will help us from both what functionality we have in there as well as the aesthetics of it. So we have a limited budget, unfortunately, but we do hear the comments and want to make sure we address everything and try to make it as optimal as we can based on these comments.
Yeah, I think Sarah's right. You might try mock-ups on site so you can see the scale of the holes from the highway, which is the intention.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with a garage being a deferential structure. I think the design district garages are just kind of absurd in a certain way, especially the one that has the Mickey Mouse figures on it, opposite the museum. So I think, I think this should be approved, with some adjustment to the facade. On the other hand, since you're here, I do feel obliged to say something about your master plan, both for patients and for visitors. I think since you are rethinking the whole sea of parking along the bay, which I wasn't even aware was there, since I hadn't looked at the satellite pictures, I think there should be more consideration of making that really an extensive park and pulling back Edward Sullivan Drive and really rethinking it rather than as a patchwork of this drive and little parking pieces here and there, something more significant that patients, and families especially could walk along the bay. So we really don't have now.
I see Matt walking up, and I surmise what he wants to say is that in
There's
the
a
front,
Baywalk in the plan.
Oh, there is?
Yes.
Ultimately, the ultimate
all right,
master
okay.
plan.
including frontage, what we did was we actually switched the entrance of the cancer center, the Bremen Cancer Center, to the campus-facing side versus the bay side. It actually created a small park in front of the current design has a small park in front of the Bremen Cancer Center, which then leads you into the Baywalk.
Oh, okay.
So.
Which would actually, in that Baywalk, there's a long-term plan which would dedicate the entire bayfront would be a Baywalk.
Oh, very
So was considered earlier when the master plan was being worked on and expansion was being done.
Thank you.
I really appreciate the architect and designer's process, but for me, I feel the result that I see from the process, there's like a disconnect. And maybe this is partly a little bit of what Jim had stated, but for me, I think when I look at the, like on page 7 where you show the building, the Skolnick building and the new cancer center, and these kind of three-dimensional horizontalities, and then when I look at page 11 where you sort of have the 3D pattern basis where you translate those to this three-dimensional pattern that you then translate into this non-three-dimensional pattern, I think for me, this building is as tall as the new cancer center is going to be, so it's a pretty big building. Yes, it's kind of nestled in this little section, but the way the new cancer center is shaped, in this kidney shape, if you look at your site plan, it really does open up to this side of the garage that you will see when you're coming from the west to the east. And for me, just something's lost in the translation on the facade. And I think you can do better. I think it could be a three-dimensional screen that really pushes this three-dimensionality. I know that the way the computer has translated 3 dimensions into 2 dimensions using the holes and the different sizes, it's supposed to create these kind of the shadow that makes it look 3D. I'm not really sure that's going to work, to be honest with you. And it's a really big facade you have because it goes straight and it curves around, it comes all the way around. So for me, I think it needs a little bit more work. I recognize the budget constraints here. I understand this, but I've seen a lot of really, really interesting dynamic things done with screening, and I think this needs a little bit more for me personally.
I guess the only question I would ask is, does the board's or individual members' opinions on the facade, would you prefer to see something that does not have a metal facade on it, similar to the parking garage that we have on our existing campus?
Sorry, if you could bring up slide 21.
While they're doing that, that's the night version, which we should have mentioned also that uplighting has RGB capability, so you can make it any color you want.
Or slide 20 for that matter. I think that's the facade we should talk about. That's the facade of this building that you will see. And I think that's, if it looks inexpensive, I don't want to say cheap, but I want to say if it looks inexpensive and you cut back because of budgetary reasons on quality, we shouldn't be approving it.
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, what they did was, at the suggestion of Michael Belush, the curve was originally was going to be not a complete curve; it was a straighten out, and so that was changed, as well as the cladding of the screening was extended along the east face, much of which is already hidden by the existing research building. So these were significant financial concessions on their part in order to accommodate what the staff felt would make for a better overall design. So,
And I think the staff was very good in making those suggestions, and you for adopting them. Now, did you say also that we aren't actually going to see this view? That there's another building going to block this view?
no, if you go to, since we're looking at the slides, if we go to, let's see, slide, let's go back a little. Say slide 17. Now, this is a little bit from the air, but starting with slide 17, you'll see that as you come across the causeway, the predominant view is going to be the Bremen Cancer Center. And then there will be, as you go back to slide 20, which is a slide 19. Slide 19 shows it coming from going to the west. The building that you see on the right is the research center, which is an existing building, which is going to be repainted as well. And that whole facade is one that staff asked us to clad as well. Portion of that will be obviously visible as you're driving to the east to west. But if you go to slide 20, which is, as you correctly point out, the most prominent portion of the garage, that's going to be, people are going to be going past that most of the time pretty fast. And to the left of that is the cancer center itself, which is going to, people will have a long view as they're coming across the bridge.
Most of the time, I'm standing still when I'm going past that. When I'm exiting off.
So I was going to say what Sarah said at the beginning, but I always defer to the architects first. You know, when you look at it from here, you see movement and motion. I think the farther back you get, the less you see. And I think I would personally be satisfied if you could maximize the size of the variation of the perforations and create more movement from afar. I think that's all I think anybody is asking to try. Like, don't reinvent the wheel. Just try to size the perforations to give more of a sense of motion. With my bad eyesight from here, that just looks like a blank wall to me. And I think, with due respect, Neeson, you sit on that causeway, it's a parking lot. And I just think it could be very interesting. And I think you're losing an opportunity with the same price to make it super interesting.
And that's why we're here, to get this kind of feedback. I think it is constructive, and I know that the design team will be looking at that.
I think that you're very, very close. It's just a matter of doing some proportionate tweaking, and I think that definitely the screen is a good. It's a good choice, certainly over, a standard horizontal banded garage. So, yeah.
I think I have thank you. I think I have among the comments a better understanding of what the suggestion is on the 2D piece. And just as we are going to do what DRB wants us to do with this garage. We have a total budget, so it's either less in the cancer center, more in this. At the end of the day, it needs to be something that is acceptable for DRB, which is what keeps the city beautiful, and that's what we're looking to do. And so I think the additional comments gives us what we need to make some subtle changes and create more of a playfulness among the use of the 2D perforations, and I think that's something that's a good comment for us to bring back and see how we can optimize that for the board.
You could have your team create more actual view renderings, not necessarily helicopter view renderings. I think that would be really helpful for us as well to really see the experience. One, not just from the causeway in both directions, like when you're in a car, like that height, but then also when you're on the campus, because let's remember this is a campus. So granted, a lot of it's for vehicular circulation, but certainly I've been there many times, maybe not as many times as Jim, but people do walk around. Nurses and doctors and patients are walking all over the place, so be really conscious. You show one rendering that's in the site, but pay attention to what that experience is like when you're walking around the campus. I think it happens. I mean, people and nurses are walking back and forth, going to lunch, leaving buildings, and so then we're actually looking at this thing at a much different scale. So I'd appreciate seeing a little bit more of that. just to help us understand, or I'll just speak for myself, help me understand what this building actually looks like. Because I think subtlety of pattern is sometimes very hard to depict in a rendering. So I don't want to discredit what you're trying to do, and I kind of understand what you're trying to do. I'm not sure it's actually happening. So maybe this has to do with some additional renderings or some additional studies. Would be helpful.
Well, to that point, and this may sound scary, but if we had a model of this, it would be much more impressive. And that's a very tiny portion of, I'm sure, your overall budget is to create a model. And no one has brought a model here that didn't get approved. To let you know. Because there's an acute perceptual aspect to a model that you do not get out of dots on a wall and things like that.
I would also say, too, I think if the perforations were larger, when you're inside the garage and you have more natural light coming in, it would be a more pleasant experience. Because right now, yeah, they're very, very small. It's going to be very dark in the garage.
And of course, if you did a model, you only have to do a model of the facade.
True. Yeah.
We don't need to, we care about the building, but we don't need to see that portion to approve the design.
Great. All very helpful comments.
I totally agree with the perforation size. I think we're looking at it here at 45 or 50 feet. When you stand 200, 250 feet away, you're going to lose the size of they're going to be reduced.
It'll look like gray.
And you need to work on that. Is the landscape architect here?
No.
Okay, there is a difference between the disposition plan and the landscape plan. In some of the trees that he has to be relocated, like there's 21 Trinax palms in the disposition to be relocated, but in the landscape plan there's only 11. And so forth, there's 2 or 3 items that he needs to coordinate both plans and show the actual numbers. Okay?
We'll reconcile that. Thank you very much.
Can I ask off the subject, do you guys have any scooter or bicycle parking on the comp plan?
It's interesting. Yes. So we do have bicycle parking, and as a matter of fact, we had a patient send me a letter, and I responded to him with a letter after speaking to my chief operating officer. We're actually replacing the bicycle racks to accommodate a more modern bicycle, which includes electric bicycles. So that's happening now.
And scooters and motorcycles. I mean, I go all the time, and there's nowhere to park. Like
scooters, motorcycles. We'll look at that second piece. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you for giving us the time.
It was a pleasure.
And the feedback as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the next application. And we did pass around a copy of the staff report and final order that was emailed to everybody on Friday. This is DRB 21-0704, West Avenue Phase 2 right-of-way improvements. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of improvements in the rights-of-way for the area generally bound by 8th Street to the south, Collins Canal to the north, just west of Alton Road to the east, and Biscayne Bay to the west, including all side streets in between. Improvements include, but are not limited to, infrastructure for stormwater drainage, sanitary sewer and water mains, elevation of roadways, new hardscape and landscaping, new protected bike lanes on West Avenue, new street and pedestrian lighting, and harmonization to adjacent properties. This application was last before you on January 4th of this year, and the board provided many comments and suggestions, as well as members of the public provided feedback. The city is here today with an updated presentation with additional details. I'll turn it over to the consultants to provide the presentation. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, before we start, I just have a quick question as to whether or not there have been any ex-parte communications that need to be disclosed at this time. Okay, none. And then how much time, Mr. Chair?
Probably a little more than that.
Probably like 20 minutes, I would
20
suggest.
minutes, yeah.
This is a pretty big project.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Caraballo with CES Consultants, and this is Michael Fisher with Rickman Construction, Florida. And we are the design-build team. He's the design-build lead, and I'm the part of the lead design team. So if you could put our presentation up. Thank you. So next slide. In this presentation, we're going to talk about these discussion points. So we're going to recap the project history, which, by the way, it's the same project history that we covered at 1671 West Avenue. Show you the project location, which is the entire right-of-way of West Avenue from 8th Street to Lincoln Road, and Bay Road from 14th to Lincoln Road, and all the middle streets that side streets we call them that interconnect the two. And we also are doing the side streets that interconnect West Avenue with Alton Road, yet we do not encroach into Alton Road because it's an FDOT roadway. So we're going to talk about the proposed cross-section that has been discussed for with the city and city commission and city employees, harmonization, and then specialty street ends. There's a component that of this project where there's existing pump stations there's a park at the street end at 10th Street, there's a small park at the street end at 14th Street, and there's one at 17th and by the Collins Canal, Dade Boulevard, I'm sorry. There's a small park there, and there's existing pump stations there. And part of the resiliency for that the city commission has requested is to incorporate smaller generators to those pump stations. And I say smaller because the generator that we proposed in 1671 West Avenue is for a much larger pump station and a much larger generator. But to add generators to those to be able to for resiliency purposes, power goes down, the city doesn't stop, the stormwater system doesn't stop pumping for the city. We're going to talk about materials used, but only specialty materials, like not asphalt and concrete, but lamp posts, handrails, brick pavers, landscaping, stuff like that, things of that nature. We're going to recap parking analysis. It has not changed right now, but when we talk about it, the commission has directed us to try to identify where the parking was missing and how can we maybe recapture some of that. But we'll talk about that in detail at that point. Construction sequencing, and then current review status of all the components of the project. So next slide, please. I'm going to hand it over to Michael Fisher so he could give you the history.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us present. This has been a 5-year journey so far. The job was awarded in March of 2017. In December 17, it was paused when we were at 60% complete on design. The city brought in the ULI and Rockefeller Institute, as you know. The staff and departments participated in a review of particularly West Avenue, the various streets. Planning was involved, fire was involved, all of our consultants were involved. I participated in that program, and we discussed what changes we could make in order to make this a more user-friendly area. We came up with a design, more green, bike lanes were added, roadway ends were enhanced visually, and we went off to the races from there. It was approved by the commission. In and around May of 2019, there were some objections from the residents as to where the pump station was. I won't get into that other than you know the story. It was eventually relocated. At 90% design, November of 2019, the project was halted again for concerns on water quality due to feedback from Durham, and the pump station, the water treatment structure was involved in that process. We came up with a design that included dealing with the water issues in the streets, buried, not to be seen, negotiated a change order, and we were expected to start construction in October of 2021. That did not happen. Additional issues came into play, which are really hitting us now that we have to deal with. Harmonization agreements, irrevocable agreements that the South Florida Water Management District is looking for, loss of parking issues, some revised harmonization criteria, and drainage criteria at the properties. Those issues are in play right now, so that's where we are. Jose?
Thanks, Michael. Next slide, please. No, next one. Thank you. So here we go. This is a quick aerial view of the entire project area. Like I say, or like we mentioned before, the broad boundaries are Alton Road to the east, Biscayne Bay to the west, Lincoln Road to the north, and 8th Street to the south. There are small components that exceed that, but it's really like they want to add a little bit of paint, pavement marking paint, to extend the bike lane south of 8th Street a little bit, but there's no modifications to the to neither the asphalt, the concrete, nor the landscaping. And obviously the pump station is a little north of Lincoln Road, but this is the area, 8th Street to Lincoln Road, where we are capturing the stormwater and treating the stormwater. And when we do that, since it's so invasive, the city is taking is using that to be able to reconstruct the right-of-way, since it's, the large pipes are being installed, so it's going to be a lot of excavation. Next slide, please. So now, next slide, we're going to talk about, or just take a quick look at some existing conditions. This is the existing conditions at the intersection of 8th Street and West Avenue, facing north. So this is, you can see, if you're familiar with the area, this is the start of our project. We have a turning lane into the building. This is a narrower right-of-way right now. Now, let me correct that. It's not a narrow right-of-way. The right-of-way is 70 feet wide. The property, no one's giving up property. It exists. It's just the use of it looks rather narrow. Next slide. Here is West Avenue and 16th Street facing north, and I show these two because there's kind of two dividing. There's a dividing line at 14th Street for this project. Then next slide, please. This is the intersection of Lincoln Road and Bay Road facing west. So there's one more block, and then the bay. You hit the bay. Next slide. And then this is Lincoln Terrace as it is right now. There are a couple of streets that existing at this moment. It's actually two, Lincoln Terrace and 16th Street, that from Bay Road to the bay, that have this type of finish, the brick paver finish already. It's a neighborhood that was approved prior to have this type of finish. Next slide. So now let's get into seeing the conditions of the neighborhood and what it looks like, the area. Let's get into the proposed stuff. Next slide. We're going to talk about the approved cross-section. When I say the approved cross-section, this is a cross-section that has gone through City Commission and to add in certain elements. Next slide. The elements that they wanted to add in are bicycle lanes to create a more of a multimodal connectivity, and wider sidewalks. Now again, we have 70 feet of right-of-way, so wider sidewalks and bike lanes, something's got to give there. So, and I say this because parking was the one that gave there. We had wider sidewalks, wider landscaping, and then that middle turn lane, which has been requested by the fire department to have that there. So this is.
Excuse me. I just want to add that this cross section was debated ad nauseum during the ULI Rockefeller Institute sessions. All staff representing parking, fire, planning debated this. Long conversations. I was involved in every one of them. This was the final result that was approved by the commission.
So when you have 70 feet, we've incorporated the elements that they've requested. Now, I say that because this is the approved cross-section, but, I mean, the commission has asked us to investigate how to find more parking. Next slide, please. Can you guys hear me well? Yeah, okay. So now, this is just we got our AutoCAD and kind of blended it all together and for the above-ground features. So you could see a a color diagram or aerial view of the above ground features where we're adding landscaping, new striping, but now we are keeping the side streets are maintained relatively the same. There is no expansion of cross section, let's say, for the side streets. The side streets, what they're getting is new lighting, and they're getting new striping to be able to get proper parking counts in the area. And I think I said new landscaping, but new landscaping in that. Next slide. Here's another just view. Next slide, please. Here's another view of 15th Street, which is a little more dense, where you could see a little more of the organized parking striping. Right now, there is no striping for the parking. It's just a stripe for where it starts and a stripe for where it ends. And if you got a lot of smart cars, you get more cars in than if you got a lot of Hummers. Next slide. Now, we did a quick artist rendering of 9th Street and West Avenue, where it includes the bike lane, the landscaping. I apologize, we really shaded back the trees because we wanted you to see a bit of the harmonization that's going on there. Because again, there's been a lot of talk about a very drastic harmonization. Some properties may have it, but the harmonization is really occurring at a smaller frequency, or I guess height, than might be imagined. Next slide, please. Here's the intersection of 16th and West Avenue, where again it has the bike lanes crossing through, and it's the full use of the right of way. I forgot to mention, and this picture reminded me, the crosswalks will be brick pavers, not striped zebras. Next slide. Now we'll get into harmonization. Next slide. I wanted to talk about two topics before we get into the harmonizations: encroachments and harmonizations, because these are topics that are with the Commission right now. Encroachments are assets owned by private property, but that were placed in the right-of-way. So there are areas where the sidewalk had been built, not right at the property line or at the right-of-way line, but offset into the right-of-way line, so it gave the illusion that there was more property in front of the property, but it's really still owned by the city. It's just grassy. And so there's landscaping there. There may be a fence, a perimeter fence there. The call boxes for the electric gates, items like that ended up there. We did a whole survey of that. And since the city is recapturing their 70 feet of right-of-way, some of these elements are moving, or are going to have to move. Now, since they're encroachments, as of right now, the city's position is to remove them and either return them to the resident or dispose of them. I mean, if it's a fence and they want it, I'll return it to you if you want to reinstall it. Now, I bring that up, and let's keep that fence one in mind because it's still in play and it's also being affected in harmonization. What are non-encroachment items is the driveway entrance. I mean, you have to access your property. Water meters, and then all those fire protection, backflow preventer systems for the buildings, that's usually in the right-of-way. It could potentially be, but that's not considered necessarily an encroachment. Next slide. Now, harmonization is how do we overcome, when we raise the road, that dislocation? Right at the property line, it'll be dislocated by a foot, half a foot, whatever that property requires. So to overcome that dislocation, we're using grading. So we'll use material, fill material and grade it down and use either grass, or if it's a driveway, use concrete to replace the driveway, items like that. That's what harmonization is about. Now, what is harmonization impacting? And this is a big question that's with the Commission right now. It's impacting landscaping, because we might have to remove landscaping, because if you bury a tree farther than I guess a foot in the trunk, I learned recently, you could kill the tree. So, we might have to remove some landscaping. Driveways are impacted as per the directive we have under our contract today. We are supposed to return the driveways in concrete or in asphalt. If there's a specialty driveway that's a stamped concrete or brick paver, our contract does not authorize us to replace that at this moment. And then perimeter fences, because if we have to grade, they may have a fence in their property, but the dislocation is causing a problem where we have to remove it to be able to grade and lift that ground up. As per our contract, we are not to return that fence at this moment. But again, that's with the commission, and I express that because it's with them, and they're trying to figure that out right now. And as the last bullet point says, CMB, which is the commission really, has requested a cost analysis of this harmonization impact, not the encroachment one, but the harmonization impact, to potentially help the residents financially. I can't speak any more on that because that's a commission topic and it's still in play, but I wanted to put that out there for you guys. Next slide, please. These are typical. This was used in that resiliency workshop. These are typical methods of harmonization. So there's the grading, the classic, make a slope downward. Driveways will have the same application. There's some where they'll just have a retaining wall, not often, but it does occur in the commercial areas potentially. And I do have a harmonization that I'll show you that it does occur there. And then staircases, which is used in harmonization or in conjunction with the retaining walls, to be able to access that area of the property if it's very long. And again, there's a harmonization sample that we're going to talk about a little later that has both those topics, or all three of them. Next slide. So first property, we have three different types of properties on this project. Residential single-family homes, such as this one, 1339 Flamingo Way. We have commercial properties, which we have one that we're going to talk about, 1237 Lincoln Road. And then we have, they're residential, but they're condo buildings. It's a structure. So let's go to 1339 Flamingo Way. Here, the roadway is going to be raised about a foot. And so the dislocation is going to be about a foot. And so if you go to the next slide, the foot is not as visual, let's say, as possible, because the sloping, you take 10 feet out, or to create that grade. So it's not a ski slope down. It's a little more gradual. From a visual perspective, it's much more gradual. From a drainage perspective, we have to capture that rainwater and pull it out, because as you can see in the original picture, the property is sloped towards the right-of-way, so all of its rainwater heads towards the right-of-way in what's called a sheet flow. On the surface of the grass, it just flows out over the sidewalk and into the... So from a drainage perspective, we're handling it with South Florida Water Management District. From a visual perspective, it's much more of a gentle slope in these properties. Next slide. This is a typical smaller multifamily property, 1326 15th Street. It's very close to the right-of-way. The parking is right up against the right-of-way. Now, that sidewalk is actually, the back of the sidewalk is actually at the property line. And so that's not going to be moved. So next slide. So what it's going to be is replaced with new sidewalk. And it's going to be sloped downward. The driveway is going to be sloped downward. So all we'll be impacting with this property is the driveway, which we will fill and then replace with asphalt on top so that they can repark their cars. They will be at an angle. Now, all angles for cars are meeting FDOT guidelines for the driveways and meeting code for parking areas, so that there's not an issue with someone falling, or it's too steep and they have trouble getting to the location. Next slide. These are one of the more tricky ones, and this is one that I definitely wanted to talk to you guys about. And this is 1237 Lincoln Road. This is a commercial property, business, a lot of restaurants. Currently, they're all using the sidewalk to put outdoor seating. Actually, as of right now, they're even using some of the parking area because of COVID, and they've just kept on, out into the parking area a little bit. Next slide. This road is getting raised prior to Alton Court. Alton Court is the tie-in point where we're sloping down. So this one is going to have a retaining wall. The difference is about 1.5 feet. This one needs a retaining wall, and did the retaining wall to be able to preserve the seating. If we slope into their property, they'd lose all the seating. So we want to preserve that seating. Now, there's one mistake in this artist rendering. On the inside of the handrails, there are going to be palm trees that we accidentally left out of the artist rendering, but they're going to be there. They're in those wells, so everything's concrete, and then they have the soil wells. But this one will have handrails and a staircase to access at 3 points, at either end of the building and in the middle point, to be able to access for patrons the actual shopping area, the businesses. And we will include parking in this area now. Now we're including this 45-degree angle parking. The bollards are going to be there to make sure a car does not drive. Those are bollards that are not real bollards, not fake bollards. Those are bollards that are made to get an impact of 45 miles per hour, so that a car does not accidentally, someone slips from the brake to the gas and ends up in the seating area. Next slide. There are some specialty street ends. I'm going to show you Lincoln Road street end, and then we'll go over the other ones. Next slide. Lincoln Road right now, we had seen this picture previously. This is right by the gathering. So this is the intersection of Bay Road and Lincoln Road facing west. There's one more block, Lincoln Court, and then the street end or the circle. Next slide. This whole block, not from Bay Road, but from Lincoln Court to the street end, because that's the actual street end, is getting a brick paver type promenade finish. The streets that are going to get that are going to be 16th Street, Lincoln Terrace, Lincoln Court, Lincoln Road at this point. I think I said Lincoln Court to the canal, and Bay Road from Lincoln Road to the canal. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them that are getting this specialty treatment, where they're going to get brick pavers on 16th and on Lincoln, on all of them except for Lincoln Road. They won't have curbing. It'll be roadway made of pavers, valley gutter to make to hold the pavers in place and make a break, a visual break, and then sidewalks made of pavers. This is the only one that gets curbing, because there's some parking that needed curbing and some landscaping to kind of hold everything together. But the rest of them are flush, completely flush, right away to right away. Next slide. Additional generators. Next slide. There are a total of 2, 4, 5, 6 existing pump stations within this project area that are hidden. I don't know, I'm sure you're familiar with them, but they're kind of nestled in different areas. There's 2 at the street end of 10th Street, which is a little park. There's 2 at the street end of 14th, which is a little park. There's one that's called the 6th Street pump station, where Russell Galbert is building that park. There's an existing pump station in there. And then there's one at 17th Street where we're actually doing the dissipator for our new pump station, the discharge point for our new pump station. And the screening at 1671 West Avenue is that metal screening that we talked about. The screening for these, since they're in parks already kind of screened by landscaping, is we're going to use more landscaping, similar to 19th Street pump station. Next slide. And I apologize for these. These are kind of, next slide. These are kind of, we used our plan views. We didn't really have time to do our artist renderings, but we're basically encircling them with trees, with bushes, not trees, not canopy type trees, but bushes. And so there's 2 in each one, basically. Next slide. So this is the 14th Street street end, which you see it's a park with a little wavy sidewalk, and we're going to put them up against the corner of that property. Next slide. And then this one is covered in trees, and we're adding landscaping for our dissipator, and so the generator will go right next to our dissipator. Next slide. Materials used in this project. Next slide. We got our landscape architect, Savino Miller, Barry Miller, came up with 3 pallet boards for this project. So there's an array of trees and bushes and I guess low shrubbery is what it's really called, trees and low shrubbery, that's going to be used throughout this project. We've submitted the plans that Savino Miller created, which includes removal of some existing plants and then adding these new ones, this new strategy to it. Can we go to slide 42? Because it's landscaping. There we go. Now we're going to add lighting. We are mimicking the lighting that exists at 10th Street and at 14th Street currently. There was projects that went from Alton to the street end at 10th and at 14th. That's why those pump stations exist. And they used pedestrian lighting and roadway lighting, the ones that extend over the roadway to kind of light up the drivable road asphalt. And so these are the hoods or the lamps that are going to be used. These are LED lamps. This is the hood for the roadway component, or the one that reaches over and illuminates the asphalt where the vehicles drive over. And next slide. The next slide is what is currently out there that is a pedestrian light that is used to illuminate the sidewalk. This pole on this pedestrian light, this full size of it, I think is about 12 feet. But it's used, now we have worked with the landscape architect to be able to make sure that the landscaping doesn't get impacted by the lighting, but that the landscaping also doesn't impact the ability to illuminate the sidewalk properly in the evening. Next slide. And then I think we've gone over this one in the last presentation, but that was a different DRB number. And so in this one, we're going to use brick pavers at those specialty street ends and at the crosswalks, and also at the specialty street ends, at the ramps at the specialty street ends. The ramps. So we're going to be using this brick paver ADA or ADA brick paver that has the ADA the detectable warnings for visually impaired. Next slide. We're going to use this 4x8 brick paver for the crosswalks and for the specialty street ends. Next slide. And then handrails. Handrails have been a big topic on this because there's we originally were supposed to use DOT issued handrails. We found out that was a big no-no. So we went back to the drawing board, and Michael Fisher identified that just recently on Indian Creek, these handrails were approved for Indian Creek and installed. So we decided to propose these same handrails, which are the ones that are at Indian Creek. The only locations that we will be using handrails at is those commercial properties like 1237, not 1337, 1237 Lincoln Road, where we need to do a retaining wall, and so it's a not really a handrail, barrier, and then a handrail for the staircase going down. Next slide. Parking analysis. Next slide. This has not changed other than that we added one parking lot. Next slide, please. We added one parking lot that's within the project area, which is 1625 West Avenue, just so you get a full parking count of the area, of the neighborhood. Again, this number hasn't changed. There's a lot of lost parking. Now, at 1671 West Avenue, we are going to be looking into trying to, like what we talked about in the last meeting, maybe recapturing a couple of spots in that southern bank of parking. But in the right-of-way part, which is from Lincoln Road down to 8th Street, we have been directed to try to investigate, can we identify some parking where we could gain? Maybe shrink down the flares of the parking approaches. Maybe we could adjust a fire hydrant to the left or to the right, a small amount that won't impact the fire department but could add a parking space. Items like that to try to recapture that. And still, that's in the works as we speak. So we're trying to recapture that parking as we speak. Next slide. And then next slide. I'll let Michael talk about the construction sequencing.
2 projects, north and south, bifurcated by 14th Street. We'll be working from north to south in each concurrently. You see the colored segments. We'll complete a segment 100%, but the final wearing course, which is the last thing we do, so the residents will see the progression of what a completed segment looks like. That also facilitates the execution of the harmonization agreements, which are critical for each segment before we begin construction. Next slide. That was the north section. That's the south section. So 16 sections overall.
Sorry to interrupt you. How much more time would you like?
I got maybe two to 3 more minutes. I just wanted to talk to you about where it is in the review period with the different agencies.
Let's keep it to 5, okay?
Yeah. Next slide, please. Next slide. So then, just to give you a quick update on the review, status of the review of this, the water, we got multiple components: water, sewer, drainage, roadway, lighting, landscaping. We got a lot of items here. But just to run through it quickly with you, all the underground utility, water and sewer has been approved, has permits. The drainage is under review, but it's being held up by a couple of items, including the licensing agreements and harmonization and items like that. Landscaping, roadway, and lighting are all under review with Miami Beach Transportation. And then the maintenance traffic has been reviewed and approved. So really, this project is on the verge of getting all of its approvals. But there still are a couple of hurdles to cross, especially with the licensing agreements. So that's it. Now we can go into, I apologize. And thank you for the time, by the way. I know we ran long.
Did that complete your presentation?
Yes, that does. Thank you.
All right. Is anyone from the public wish to speak on this project? Please come forward or raise your hand.
Good morning. My name is Stefan Genez. I'm the owner of Hotel Gathering at 1409 Lincoln Road. And I also, what we've tried to do last month is we try to build a coalition with all the organization involved on West Avenue so we can the purpose of this coalition is not to block anything, but actually try to be united so we have a better response and we can talk with one voice. So I'm working very closely with Tim Carr at WAVNA and Bernie Sandoval also at NAFNA. So we try to meet all together and try to address all these issues. So we also appreciate the fact that I think senior staff at city level is understanding what we're trying to do, and they've been really involved with us about trying to address the issues. And I think that what's really important is also to look at some of the issues that need to be looked at more per segment. When you're looking at, for example, the example of parking, the number is extremely substantial. And it's more important, for example, in the northern part where you have smaller buildings which don't necessarily have parking. And I feel really confident that with their team and with the city, we're going to be able to get back most of what we need. For example, south of 14, I think most of the buildings do have parking, and I think they would prefer to see bike lane. So I really think that, even though there we're talking about a huge number, we really need to approach that on a segment-by-segment basis. Regarding some of the remaining issues, it's kind of very difficult. What I find it very difficult is in January you had asked about finished plans, and I understand, so each neighbor can look at what's going to happen in front of their street. Where am I going to park? Where am I going to have a loading zone and all this kind of things? I understand how difficult it is for them to do this, especially on a spread of such a big project. We're going to have to work on this on the first segment no matter what, and we'll work closely with them. It is important. I think one of the big concern is why some people don't feel comfortable with the harmonization agreement is they don't feel comfortable identifying what's going to be in front of their building. So we're going to have to go through that exercise, but I feel that this shouldn't hold you back. We're going to be addressing that. The only thing that I would say during this presentation that is kind of more new to me, and maybe we can get more answers from the team, is now we have clearly identified there's going to be, and this is a good thing, we're getting 14 new wells. These wells are going to help us to keep the bay cleaner, but their location is going to be in the middle of the streets, and the way this is going to be treated as far as like from an aesthetic point of view is not addressed. So, for example, if you're looking at if you're looking on the segment page there, you're going to see that on Lincoln Road you have 4 wells and you have 2 pieces of equipment that looks like housing. So maybe if Jose could address that about, we're talking about Lincoln Road. I just want to make sure that like this is not the place on Lincoln Road where you come see world famous Lincoln Road with 4 wells and 2 housing, and that this is being addressed. And this is also on 7 other streets.
Yeah, I apologize. That's all underground. That is we changed the shape of them. It's actually, that rectangle is round. It's an underground sediment tank to be able to separate the sediment so that they don't get pumped into the ground and if we're not trying to not contaminate the bay, let's not contaminate directly into the ground. But all of that is underground. There'll be hatches on the ground, like manholes, like you see like in the street, the round manholes that they lift up. There'll be a hatch, like a rectangular one, but it's all flat items on the road, on the asphalt, and they're rated for impact for vehicles, trucks, to carry the weight of trucks.
So just one question to continue with this, especially again for Lincoln Road.
Your time is up, but how much more time would you need to finish your comment?
1 second, it's about the same thing.
Yeah, and we won't have a discussion at this time, okay? No comments other than his.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that answer, except for on Lincoln Road, this is in the middle planter or in the median. So I'm just curious about, can we landscape over it, or can we still make sure that Lincoln Road is going to look nice?
Okay, thank you. And you can have a rebuttal after the end of all the other public comments. Anyone else wish to come forward at this time or raise your hand online?
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody with their hand raised online.
Okay.
Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez, Burke, Cowardale, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices of 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here representing Varcamp Properties, LLC, and JV Holdings 1400, LLC. They're the owners of the properties at the northwest corner of 14th Street and West Avenue. And our clients were pretty badly damaged by the Phase 1 improvements. It's caused significant flooding at their properties. So obviously they're really concerned about what's going to happen in Phase 2 and specifically the harmonization. So at this point, obviously, we know this project is going to go forward at some point. We really just want to work with them on the harmonization process. And as far as what's been represented to the board and to the city is that there's going to be a harmonization agreement presented to our client. We would just like that requirement to sign a harmonization agreement be included in the DRB order. We are really appreciative of the conditions that were added to the order regarding harmonization, and I think it would make sense for the board to require that property owners sign a harmonization agreement before they get a building permit to do work within our client's property. And secondly, another suggestion for this application to kind of help it move along more expeditiously and with more transparency to the residents is based on the scope and the proposed timing of this project. It seems like it should be a phased project under Section 118-259, and that would require them to bring us a timeline, and they can include things as such. When is the harmonization agreement going to be presented to our client? When is the beginning of each segment of the project going to begin and end? It seems like they're already presenting it as kind of a phased project, but this wasn't noticed as a phased hearing, and there's no timeline included in the order. So those are our 2 suggestions: would be conditioning the order on harmonization agreements and making this a phased DRB order. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak from the public? And of course, you were sworn in, I assume. Do you want to make a rebuttal?
First of all, we have a full critical path schedule that shows each segment and all the components of each segment that exists with dates on it. But the dates keep rolling, obviously. But the sequencing and all that is a matter of record. It's already in place.
And regarding the harmonization agreements, I mean, I don't think the city is against that because the agencies are requiring the same thing anyways. Before you do any work, we got to give them a licensing agreement before we do work on the individual properties.
And Michael, is that part of the draft order?
No, I wouldn't make that part of the order. My understanding is that there may be instances where there is no agreement reached. So maybe you can explain what would happen if there is no harmonization agreement reached with the neighboring properties. What would happen in that?
Well, the city has, you want to mention that? Or?
Well, my understanding is there's still some debate about what to do about that. Is there an ultimatum provided to a property owner where if they don't sign, an individual property owner, we go into a different type of redesign to ensure they have access, but we don't touch their property. So that's the last thing we want to have happen, but in those instances, that's the only way to move forward.
Isn't there kind of like a mini eminent domain issue here? Like, in order to make your project successful, you have to impose something on their property if they want to have access.
That's correct. I think the purpose of the harmonization agreement is to deal with that issue.
But that's something that the city of Miami Beach and their legal department and I guess David Gomez from CIP could tell you a little more.
Good morning, David Gomez, Division Director with the Office of Capital Improvements. The anticipation is that we will have signed license agreements with all of the residents. We are not forcing anyone to participate in the harmonization. If they choose not to, then we would be tasking the design builder with redesigning to provide access and maintain our design without touching that private property. So we are not looking at any eminent domain at this point.
Before I close the public portion of the hearing.
And I want to say, I'm sure David will back me up on this. You haven't seen the licensing agreement in its completed form yet because the City of Miami Beach Legal Department and the South Florida Water Management District are still dealing with language so that they're both satisfied with the product, I guess.
The difficulty there, and I'm getting into way more information than you guys probably want. There's permitting concerns, and under normal procedures, South Florida Water Management would want an individual permit for every single property. It becomes really cumbersome, really difficult. So what we've tried to do is incorporate their requirements into the license agreements. It looks like they are satisfied with that process. They've got a couple of minor comments left that we're ironing out, but it looks like that's going to be resolved.
Okay, anything else you want to add before we close the public portion of the hearing? All right, I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comments. And of course, this is like any public works project like this, is mega issues come up, and one overlaps the other.
Yeah.
And they probably feel very frustrating, of course, but it's vital to get these things done.
So may I start? I just have two questions. First of all, with the parking, I noticed in one of the side cross streets, like 15th, there's this gigantic bump out on this street, 20, 25 feet long. And I just wonder, the city's doing this everywhere where parking is at a critical spot. And why are those bump outs so big when we're so short of parking? I mean, you're losing 230-something spaces. It's bad now. I mean, the city keeps doing this, and nobody's addressing the fact that it's quality of life issue, and it's becoming unbearable. There's nowhere to stop. And so why are those bump outs so huge and places where they don't need to be?
We tried to keep the bump outs to an absolute minimum. I think it's, can you go to page 16? I think this is the one you're talking about.
The one I noticed for sure was, I think, 15th Street. And it just...
Yeah, it's page 16, or sheet 16. No, sheet 16. So, is this what you're talking about? These long bump outs at the intersection? Yeah, because there's driveway approaches at on either side of 15th Street and Bay. The thing is,
I should have provided we're using our AutoCAD, which is uses odd colors to print, but there's driveway approaches on either side of that. So unless there's a driveway approach, we made the bump out as small as possible.
They're also doing these like angular things instead of making them more square. Where I mean, this is a neighborhood particularly where scooters, will overtake 3 or 4 parking spaces in a row, and it would be really helpful, even if you can carve out 10 feet places where a car wouldn't fit. You can fit many scooters in little spots. So I really just, I don't even drive my gas scooter anywhere because there's almost nowhere to stop, and there's nowhere for people to move in and out. There's nowhere for a moving truck to stop. I think that's it. And my second question, other than the parking, which I know you guys have gotten a lot of pressure to squeeze every spot out, but I just implore you to look at it like it's gold, and you shouldn't waste 1 inch of it. The street lights, we had cool saucer-like street lights 20 years ago, and we seem to have these Holly Hobby Little House on the Prairie lights that don't have anything to do with any of our architecture or our area. What's going on with that? And the quality of the light can be either too dim or so harsh that you can't walk under them. They just put lights in Belle Isle Park where I live, and the light's so intense that you can't even walk around. So who's choosing these street lights for this city?
Well, the street lights were directed to use those street lights. They were used on 10th and 14th previously.
That's what I'm asking. Is where is this coming from? Because this is a big design thing that this city, I think our lights are horrible compared to other cities I go to, and they should either be indicative of some kind of architecture or very modern. And we have these.
I think you have to go to the mayor's office across the.
No, I'm just curious of.
Yeah, and Scott, just for commenting, I understand. Especially, I think we see these acorn lights, which are not really appropriate either for Miami Beach. So I think, in terms of pedestrian lighting, they're doing the Polson lights, which I think are appropriate. Those are modern. You see them all over.
Yeah.
Whether they're silver, gray, black. Collins Avenue had this was I guess several years ago, more modern light fixtures for their street lights. So I think if the board wanted to suggest a different light fixture, it is going to result in some discrepancy now because you have some streets that do have the light fixture that they're indicating. So it would be different than that light fixture.
It just seems like we're a design review board, and I know that's never come here. And this is a big, important aesthetic of our city that, to keep putting. Just personally, I think it's really bad, and to keep putting it in more places just because we have it in some doesn't make any sense to me. So
whenever it comes to planning, we always have the same concern for as you mentioned. We try to have something that's a fixture that's more modern and aesthetic and in character of the beach versus something that may be more Victorian, which we never had that period here. So I understand your concern.
And if I could jump in, that discussion I think needs to involve our Public Works operations staff because it does touch on a lot of the challenges they face with keeping parts for replacements, with durability, with procurement, so that there's a lot of things that they're concerned with that we would, again, your point is valid. We need to consider the design of them, but we also need to involve the operations side so that we don't fall into.
Right. I wonder if there may be a fixture that's already in use and in place that would satisfy operations and public works that could be just. So we understand the same. You don't want to have a whole variety of light fixtures, but maybe there is something that's in use right now that could be replaced.
And they do have, I think it's 2 or 3 different types of fixtures that are allowed, and I believe this is one of them.
I think for the DRB, it'd be good to show all of those that are acceptable, that have all the parts that are, and just let us choose. I don't see why, and I agree. It should be, if you're doing all of West Street over 1.5 miles, it should all have uniform lighting, and it should be aesthetically considered. That's what we're supposed to do here.
And I do think that if there are some elements like that that the board really wants to see again, I do think that the board could approve the project. And if you wanted to continue that portion for a month or two, have the city come back with those lighting options for the board to take a look at, and then make that part of a separate approval.
And for clarity, both of these fixtures exist currently on West Avenue and Alton Road. They're there today.
I had some comments. First of all, I appreciate, I feel like this presentation versus the last one had a lot more elements that were much more clear and thorough. So thank you for that. I do think, though, that there were some things that I would have still liked to see. This lighting is a great example. I had a few questions. I also echo Scott's concern with the parking. One thing I did want to point out is, you had mentioned that the streetscape, that view was approved in 2019. And, in the last, 3 or 4 years since that's happened, our city, the whole region has experienced this massive population boom. And I really have to question, is this even as relevant and as appropriate as it once was back in 2019? I mean, I remember at the last meeting that we had where there was a lot of public comment. One of the main comments was about this center lane that you could turn either left or right. There was a lot of complaints about it, I think rightfully so. And it was something that I feel like we had asked or, directed you to look into, to have those more, and there's probably a term for it, more traditional occasional turn lanes as opposed to one center third lane. One of the things that I remember related, we've seen a lot of projects being reviewed on Bay Road for, the large condominium complexes there, and the residents come back, and one of their big complaints is with the delivery trucks. And so I'm concerned with losing a lane on West Avenue and the parking and the bike lanes. Where do delivery trucks go, and how is this street going to function with increased traffic, increased population, increased deliveries, all of those other elements? And that's one thing that I feel like maybe has not been addressed in this reiteration. I think it's probably something that maybe the transportation department should address. And I noticed that they haven't approved this design yet. And yeah, that was my concern. And also, again, towards the point of the greater population, that, right now West Avenue is 4 lanes or 3 lanes, or how wide is it?
It's two lanes.
It's
it
just
has
2
that
lanes?
middle lane on some areas, but it's 2 lanes.
It seems extra wide. Okay, that was the clarification, and that's what you're filling in. Let me ask you.
And then it has parking.
Right. I mean, it seems very wide. And let me ask you a question too. In general, with the plan, have you said that the plan right now is for West Avenue to have much wider sidewalks? And I understand why that's helpful, say, with commercial areas where they want to spill out into the street, to have cafes and everything. But why is that important in the residential sections?
Okay, so why is it important in residential sections? We didn't make the decision. The city made it.
Let me just say, during the resiliency process with the ULI and Rockefeller Institute and all the staff people who participated, this was debated, and the final decision was that the city wanted wider sidewalks along West Avenue as a promenade to create a more walking green space, which was recommended by ULI and the Rockefeller Institute in their report. So we complied with that request. That's where it was generated from, a desire to have more walking space, more bike lanes, street ends, which were much more beautiful. People can walk down in a promenade style. That's where it originated from.
And it was
as far as the turning lane, we did go back and talk to the fire department. They are insisting, and transportation, they're insisting that they need that turning lane for their emergency vehicles. We've gone back on this multiple times, and I understand the concern, but we can't fight the fire department. That's what they want. That's what they're insisting on.
So they were trying to make more of a multimodal, the vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian foot traffic through that West Avenue corridor. With regards to transportation not approving this, that's touchy subject. They have technically approved it, but there's changes that they're looking into. Maybe not changes, but there's still like questions like this parking thing. Oh, what do we do about this? And so that's what's kind of left open right now to try to address.
If I could expand on that just a little bit. Transportation has approved the cross-section.
Yeah.
Their comments are related to how the crosswalks hit the intersection, how the turning radiuses work. There's things that they're working through, but the cross-section has been approved. As Mike mentioned, the center turning lane is a function of the fire department, but it also serves as a dump lane for delivery vehicles. If we go back to the original layout, the original cross-section today, the parking spaces are full, the travel lanes can't get blocked, delivery trucks don't have a place to stop, they wind up blocking traffic, winds up making things worse.
But I don't think that we should be allowing, or at least
right, and that's
acknowledging that that's how they operate.
That's not the intent. We don't want that, but we also know that it's going to happen.
Well, but I think that the plan needs to address the reality of how people are using the street, and I think in something like this, and maybe I'm just not aware of how the city works. For me, it seems like transportation maybe should have been involved in this conversation a little bit more because of the questions that we do have related to parking. All of these design issues that we are discussing. It's not just the physical what's being built. It's how is this going to function? How is this going to work? How are people going to use these areas? How is this street going to relate to the other streets? Alton Road is a very, very busy street. There's a lot of people. They're going to be traveling Bay Road, West Avenue. It just seems like an important component to be part of the discussion. So, but I thank you for sort of clarifying the vision behind while these changes are being made. And again, for transportation and parking purposes, as somebody who lives in the city, who comes to this area and needs to come by car, which is true of probably a lot of people, residents and visitors to the city, I just want to make sure that the plans take these people into account. And again, it's a quality of life issue.
Yeah. So no more pink sidewalks?
No, not
I appreciate all the efforts, guys. To know that this project started in 2017, and we still have, who really knows how much long before a shovel hits the ground. It's a little bit disturbing to me, honestly. The project needs to happen. The roads need to be elevated. All the energy that's gone into it. Speaking to ULI, that's really, really important. I'm glad you guys did that because they're sort of the premier folks on this kind of thing, and these multimodal active design streets are really, really important to cities like Miami Beach. Look, this is not a quiet beach town anymore. We're a city. We're an island, a city on an island that has 3 ways to get to it. So, things are going to change and evolve. It's going to be, like, I drive down here. It takes a half hour just to get over the causeway anytime between 7 and 9 o'clock at night. So if you're coming from Miami, from the west. So things like this, I think, need to happen sooner than later, these kind of upgrades. Because this project, I don't know the official timeline on the construction and the phases, but I would imagine you're going to be working for...
It's 3 years.
I was going to say 2 years, so 3 years. So let's just say you started today, which it's not going to happen. We're looking at a completion that would be 2025. But let's be honest, it's probably going to be more like 2026 or 27. I don't even know. So, I mean, it's just I don't want to be the barrier for making this project to happen because you've got 17 other barriers you're dealing with that are, I think, more difficult than us. I'm super happy to see some of the changes, like the railings. That was one of my big comments. I'm like, I can't believe we have to use these horrible FDOT railings. And even though this project doesn't have that many of them, I'm very happy to see that there's actually a more modern, like a normal-looking railing. So that's good. I think the lighting issue is one of the other design elements that I also had a note about. I'm super happy that we're using the Polson lamps. These are like, some of the best that are made in the whole world. Is there a version of that could be used for lighting the streets? Perhaps, but I also don't want to reinvent the wheel because I understand there's a process for replacing lights. I'm glad we're not putting in all of more of those pineapple lights that are all over, like Allison and Lagos, that kind of, you can't even look at them. You guys are putting in these bright bulbs that are crazy bright, but that's a whole other story. So I think maybe, I support the project. I really want to, I hope in my lifetime I get to kind of see see this happen, because this really isn't the painful part of the project. The construction is going to be a challenge. I mean, let's face it, it's happening in many phases, and it's going to be disruptive, and until you start, you can't finish. So I do commend your whole team and all the work that the commission and the mayor and staff has put into getting to a point here where I think, is there a perfect solution? Probably not, but is there a solution that addresses as many of the concerns of the residents, the visitors, future residents, future visitors, vehicular, bike? I mean, obviously it's very hard to make everybody 100% happy, but can we make everybody 75% happy? I think that would be a big success. So.
One more question. Is there a barrier between the bike lane and the street?
No, there's just a buffer.
So let's be realistic after what Sarah said. The trucks will stop either in the bike lane or they will stop in the center. They're not going to not stop on that street. So as a scooter rider and a bicyclist, there's nothing worse than when the truck stopped in the bike lane, you have to go around it into the traffic. So I would say that you need some kind of barrier to prevent trucks from parking in the bike lane, because they are going to stop there, and you guys all know that.
That was discussed, the vertical posts versus the armadillos.
Everybody hates all of
them. And it was nixed, all that was discussed. And the end product was a buffer. It can be revisited, but we did go through that discussion process.
I just think that's so critically important. Even the old-fashioned elephant turds, or everybody hates the armadillos. I mean, I think they're on their way out. But something that a truck has like a barrier, because it's going to be bad. I mean, you guys know that.
Anyone want to make a motion with additional comments?
I have just one more request. If we see something like this again, or if you guys come, I would just say to continue to keep showing us images of exactly what you're doing. I have a general sense of what the generators and all of that are going to look like, but again, please be as thorough as you can in the future with
in order to have them come back.
I'm not saying to come back. I'm just saying, and if they have to for something else.
No, well, we can ask them to come back and show us some elements, such as lighting, generators, above surface fixtures, in addition to giving an approval.
I think that's a good idea. I make a motion to approve this, but to continue with what you said. Light fixtures.
Above ground.
Elements that are visible.
I think we need to narrow it down to specifics, because
so light fixtures. What else? What else would people like?
The streets that have the generators, the street ends, the 14th.
But we've seen.
I'm not convinced.
We've seen a generator presented, haven't we?
No, we only saw the one that was going to be behind the
All right, generators.
We can do that.
Generators, and it was made. The comment was made that they're covered up by foliage or growies or whatever.
I think
it's not convincing in any.
Yeah, it would be the street views of the street end at 6th Street, 10th Street, 14th, and 17th, where you're proposing to put the generators.
I would just say, as an example, we just completed Indian Creek Drive. That was our project. There's a generator there, almost the exact size of the ones we're going to put at those street ends, and we filled the area with foliage, landscaping. We can bring pictures and shots so you can see exactly, or go on.
That's great.
I think a landscape plan would be reviewed by our landscape architect would be appropriate.
Just one little comment: the handrails. I like the design, but the photo you showed, they were one of them was tilted. So I would like to make a motion to put them in correctly and vertically.
Motion understood.
Yeah, I think that's the list.
Okay, yes, I would say this is your motion is to approve the application with the overstreet light fixtures and the generators and their screening coming back to the board for final review and approval. So I would suggest if there's a second to that motion, we can do that, and then we'll make a motion to continue that portion to a future date. So do we have a second on Mr. Gorland's motion? Mr. Comas? Second by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. I would suggest, since we do have a heavy agenda next month, that we continue those items that were mentioned to the June meeting. That would be June 7th. Is that okay, David?
Yes.
So I can get a motion to continue those items to the June meeting.
I so move.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon. Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
So those items are continued to the June meeting.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. The next application is DRB 21-0738, 291 Palm Avenue, Lot 56. This can be found on page 13 of the board packages. As you will remember, this was heard back in February, along with the companion application, which is the next one on the agenda, DRB 21-0739 for Lot 55 for 291 Palm Avenue. This application before you right now for Lot 56 is an application for the construction of a new two-story home to replace an existing pre-1942 architecturally significant home, including a review of an understory, one or more waivers and variances from the maximum lot coverage and unit size. The variances are listed on page 14 and 15 of the board packages. Since the February meeting, the applicant has withdrawn or made modifications to no longer require 3 of the variances. Some of the larger variances were regarding lot coverage and unit size. Staff had recommended reduction in lot coverage under 30%, which the applicant is now complying with. A reduction of the unit size down to 50%, which the applicant is now complying with. I would like to note some just corrections in the final order with the technical numbers of the variances. On page 34 of the board packages, or page 4 of the final order, correction on variance number 5. It's a variance to reduce by 10 feet versus 12 feet. Under variance number 9, a variance to allow the habitable roof deck to be set back 7 foot 4 inches to the north when 10 feet is required. And variance number 10, a variance to allow the understory to be 38% open on the north side and 46% open on the west side when 50% open is required. The applicant has, as requested by the board, removed the portion of the garage structure that they were previously proposing to retain based upon the awkward relationship that was commented by the board, and that has resulted a lot in the reduction of the variances that have been requested. They've revised the overall design. Staff is now supportive of the application with the modifications that I noted to the variances, and are recommending that the application be approved.
Thank you, Michael. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I need to be sworn in, and we do have Michael. Ethan Royal is on Zoom, and also Tyler Nielsen. If you can bring them on, and then we can all be sworn in.
Sure. Are they on? Okay, great. Then, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for those online?
Yes. Yes, this is Tyler Nielsen.
Okay, and
Ethan Royal, yes, I do.
thank you. And how much time?
Matt?
I'm sure we'll need a little more than the 10 minutes, but some of our comments do carry over to the other lot, is the very next application. So maybe 15 minutes to start.
Okay.
Okay, and just before I start the clock, are there any ex-party communications since the last hearing? No. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. So here on behalf of Casa de Palm, which is the applicant and owner of these 2 lots, and with ownership is here today Shamsu Lalani. He's no stranger to Palm Avenue. At Palm Island, he's lived here, developed homes, and he will speak a little bit later. Our design team is both Ethan Royal on Zoom, but also his partner Rizzy Bykovis. Landscape architect is Tyler Nielsen on Zoom, and I'm assisted by my colleague David Butter. We do have a presentation, if you could please bring that up. And like I said, many of my comments, as we did last February, these two homes are adjacent to each other. They provide their own context. You can see the refinements that we've made. This is looking essentially north. You're in the roundabout, and that's the Palm Avenue frontage of both homes. So Lot A, which is the application being heard first, is the one on the left, and that has the understory. Lot B is the one on the right. If you go to the next slide, as a reminder, we did our outreach to the neighbors. Shamsu actually went to many of these homes, in person. We had a neighbor meeting, a Zoom meeting with the two in orange, and very thoroughly vetted the project and the requests. We have some letters of support, one a few properties over, which is the green, as well as some that just are a little bit further afield. But we did go out and reach out, and I do not think that any more comments have come in since the last meeting. The next slide, actually keep this one. You can see yellow is our two lots, and you can see we're on the roundabout, and just wanted to point out and remind you that it's a far distance, over 200 feet, to get to the nearest homes that are south of us, right? Those 13 and 14 in the blue across the way. So there's quite a large expanse there before the next homes. Next slide. This is truly a very unique neighborhood. The average home size here is actually much higher than anywhere else in the city. In fact, the existing homes are at 53% average unit size. And when the planning board does their analysis, they allow for future additions. The formula gets it up to 58%. So very unique neighborhood. Next slide, please. Not only are there essentially, next slide, non-conformances, which are shown here in yellow, both lot coverage, unit size, and a number of setbacks for many of the lots here, both the interior, the dry lots like us, as well as the lots on the waterway. Next slide. In addition to that uniqueness, this roundabout itself has many different non-conformances with homes. The two in the red on the south part of this are over in lot coverage and unit size. The red boxes are indicating that there are numerous setback variants, non-conformances. And you can see that our property on the roundabout, also very unique, irregularly shaped. Next slide, please. This shows the existing conditions, but also, again, the curved nature. It's a very narrow lot depth of only 70 feet, and this affects this whether it's developed as a single lot or as a double lot. Next slide, you can see that when you divide the lot, the gray areas are based on setbacks that are required. The only area that you can develop, the light gray, would be the single story. However, if you wanted to do a two-story on either lot, or again in that single lot nature, the dark gray in the middle, which is a 10-foot strip, is the only two-story area that you can develop. So this is a textbook example of why, unfortunately, variances through the hardship criteria are sometimes needed. The inherent challenges of the location, the shape of the property, right? It's two frontages, both north and south. Lot A that we're talking about on the left has a more challenge because it's got a third street frontage, which has an additional setback. And that curved nature, which I know you discussed and we've addressed, is yet further justification for a number of our variances, just to make sure. And again, as a reminder, these are not abnormally large homes, about 3,000 square feet. And I believe that we've heard your comments and appreciate them, and I think they've been helped to improve the project. And I believe, next slide, I want to just give you Michael did mention we've gone down to 50% unit size and under 30%. We're at 27.9% lot coverage. Great improvement over before, but we've also reduced other setback variances, which have actually let the homes be further away from each other in between, so they can breathe better. We've eliminated at least 3 variances and reduced others, and I'll turn it over to Ethan.
Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Just want to check that no technical issues. Great, fantastic. So thank you to board members for hearing us for the second time. If we can go to the next slide. Just quickly to reiterate some of Matt's points. The frontage facing North Coconut Lane has been reduced in the setback, along with the front setback on Palm Avenue. One drastic change, I would say, to the architecture at least, that's been permitted now since we demolished the existing garage, is the fact that we could reorientate the building. So you may have noticed that in some of the renderings. That has advantages now to make the side setback adjacent to Lot B coplanar with that setback, and so the building no longer turns into that lot. So I think the building now is a lot more successful. And by virtue of that, the side yard fronting the street, the west elevation of the building now actually aligns with the widest portion of the swale of the site. So again, the buffering of the building in relationship to the context has been much improved. Next slide. The understory was preserved. It's recessive from the last go around. The openness is being met on on the east and the south sides, but it's been improved on the north and on the west, even though we're still seeking variances. The actual built structure on the lower level in the understory is far less than the previous project, again, because of the elimination of the garage. Next slide. Can you go back? I just wanted to, there you go, thank you. So the previous plan, you'll remember that the existing driveway into the property was preserved up there on the top left. The top right image showed the pool deck, and the kind of configuration with the existing garage was very, very problematic. And it left some very tight spaces for the front yard spacing Palm as well. Next slide. Now that we've reorientated the building, we've actually able to free up a larger front yard, which is given more provisions for landscaping and increasing the amenity areas for the project. So the lower level, the understory space has been much improved. On the top left image, we've reorientated the driveway to come into the property on the right-hand side. So that again frees up more front yard space, as before it was dissecting that area and causing challenges as it relates to that as well. Next slide. Some more shots for the previous plan. Next slide. So a couple of images here. The bottom left one and the bottom right show you the formal entrance from North Coconut Lane coming into the project. There's a series of reflecting pools and lush landscaping to lead you to the formal stairwell and entrance, which will show you that on the plan in a second. And the top right again shows the stair leading up to the upper level of the house and a nice understory lounge condition. Next slide. This diagram is kind of highlighting the reduced variances required. We're only seeking a variance now for the setback of the roof terrace on the north side of the project. Next slide. This is the previous plan. Again, you can quickly visually see the density or the mass of the project given the existing garage condition. Next slide. And now you can see how the building opens up for the front yard fronting Palm Avenue. Is a lot more open to where we can accommodate a larger pool area and pool deck. The understory, you'll see there's a series of storage rooms there. We have an elevator and a staircase. It's been much reduced, which will take you to the next level. Next slide, please. The planning is relatively the same from the previous one. We've extended a nice balcony on the north. We've reduced the depth of the terrace, which is one of staff's concerns from the previous iteration. So we've reduced it to 6'6". But again, because of the reorientation of the project, we don't project excessively into the front yard. So the feeling of the building in terms of its mass and scale has been much reduced. Next slide. On the second floor, the sleeping level, we have decided, again, following staff's recommendations, to reduce the overall length and width of the upper terrace. So now we have a balcony off of the master bedroom, and we have a double height space from the lower terrace all the way up, so breaking length along that facade, creating a better mass in relationship to the neighboring context. Next slide. This is the rooftop configuration, again showing the setbacks there. Next slide. So this is the aerial view. Lot A, the one we're talking about now, is on the left. Lot B we'll get into is on the right. You can see the more open condition. The understory has been much improved. Now we have a series of vertical concrete louver screening devices which break up the facade in terms of its scale and modulation. And you'll see there on the upper level the master bedroom terrace. This is the view from Palm Avenue. Next slide. This is the previous rendering, and we do a quick comparison to show you how it's changed. Next slide. So again, quick visual reference. Again, the broken down balconies, the double height space over on the right hand side of the project off of the dining and kitchen areas, and much less overhanging kind of mass, and allow more improvements for elements such as landscaping, plantings on the balcony, more natural features which could be incorporated into the architecture. Next slide. This is the previous rendering with the incorporation of the existing garage. Next slide. Important to note were board members' comments. We took that and really considered the curvature of the site and how that could inform some of the form of this next iteration. So we have a nice curvilinear volume at the dining room there that transitions to to Palm Avenue. Down on the lower level in the understory, we have expressed or articulated the staircase going up to the main living level, and that's being kind of screened by the similar kind of concrete louvers that we have on the Palm Avenue elevation. So we're using that as a device for privacy and screening, and we're tying that into the vocabularies that it will relate to the fluted concrete base also. Next slide. Here are a few of the material palettes. Again, it hasn't really changed since the last iteration. It's a very refined palette, which we feel is really complementary to the surrounding context, keeping things as refined as we possibly can without too much ornamentation. Next slide. So this is the view from Palm Avenue with the landscape concepts highlighted here. They've been a little bit of transparency. You can still see the architecture, but at least you get a sense of what the intent is for the landscape. Next slide. This is the view from North Coconut Lane, again with the street screening, the hedge buffering there, and the deep swale setbacks, which we highlighted in the previous round. It's very generous landscaping and complementary to the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. This is without landscaping. You've seen this one, and I think this would probably be the final image. Next slide. Yeah, you can, if you wouldn't mind just going back to the last slide, and we can hold it there while we'll address any comments that the board members may have.
Thank you, Ethan. I want to just bring up Shamsu, the owner, for a few comments, and then I'll wrap up.
Okay, we'll extend time for a couple more minutes.
2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Shamsu Lalani. I'm the developer of the project. I've been a part of Palm Island for about 7 years, built a few homes on the island, one of them currently being completed, 254 Palm. 291 Palm being the next one. One of the two homes being built on 291 will be my personal home. we received a lot of impressive comments from the staff in the previous meeting, which we tried to incorporate almost all of them. And I think the product has turned out to be a better design than what we presented last time. Of course, there are a couple of exceptions we are requesting, which we hope the board member would consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for this lot, we are actually in agreement with the few corrections that Michael made, and if anybody wants, I have a simple handout just to show those corrected numbers, but it's all what's in your plans. It's just to get it as in is before you. So let me know if you need that. But with that, we agree with all the conditions and respectfully request approval. The entire team is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else from the public wish to speak at this time, please come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
And I see no one from the audience, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn over the board for comment.
Just a quick question, Michael, just to clarify the staff report on your site data information, where it said like 33.5%, 54%. You're saying that they've brought it down to 30 and 50. The plans that we are looking at today reflect the 30 and the 50?
Yes, I'm sorry, we did not update the site data in the staff report, but you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
They're under 50% unit size, and lot coverage is down to 27.9%.
Great, thank you.
Alex?
I think the design is much improved. I especially like the stair and that curving element that refers to the circular site. And I think getting rid of that little garage or that structure, I think it's much cleaner now and there's more space. And overall, I think it's tremendously improved. So, thank you.
I agree. I think that this design is really nice. I did do a site visit just to wrap my head around both these projects of how they would fit within the context, and I noticed that the house on the other side of, I guess it's Palm Avenue, also in the curved property, they also have a curved wall. So I think that coming down the street, it creates a really nice bookend and streetscape. So I think that's a nice detail. Yeah, and the elimination of the garage underneath was major. I find the stair a little bit awkward, but that's just me. I'm glad that you clarified about I really appreciate that it was scaled down. That was the one thing that I noticed when I did do the site visit, that on the, I guess it's Coconut Lane side, that the property really does it's a one-lane street, and so when you have the house so close to the property line, and this is a taller structure, much taller than any of the other homes on that street that it's facing, my concern was just for the scale, so I'm glad that you scaled it down to make it a little bit more appropriate for the lot size. I did have a question. Normally I don't necessarily comment on the interior floor plan. One recommendation that I have, I was struck by the fact that this home that's not huge has an elevator, and I don't know if it was maybe for because it's a spec home going to be a selling point, but there's no storage at all on the first. I was just struck by the fact that that in a home of this size, square footage was given up for an elevator. Especially there's no roof deck; it's just 2 stories, and it would be much. I think it would be much more successful if there was a closet or storage or use of that small space could be used better. But that's just me.
I can comment on that if you'd like. That's the home. This one is where Shamsu and his family would move in, and he's going to have his elderly parents would need the elevator. So that was the purpose of trying to incorporate that in. And yeah, not to go, because going up to the roof deck is a whole other story, extra expense, as well as a bulk, massing up on the roof. So it was just for functionality on the interior.
So I agree, it's a much improved from what it was. I'm not supportive. I still think it shocks me that the city allows. It just does. I'm sorry. I gotta get it out because this is what people talk to me about. It shocks me that the planning board would allow somebody to cut up not a huge lot into two tiny minimum lots that are already irregularly shaped. So if this were a burden, a hardship for variances before you divided the lot, I would agree to that. But to divide a lot and then to ask for so many variances, this is the greenest part of Palm Island. There's like no greenery on that island, basically. And I think that these two houses crammed to this little spot, you knew you were going to need variances to do this. And so I just don't think asking for so many variances, particularly without support of only two neighbors. So I cannot support the variances. I would not like the project to be two houses. It's going to happen, and I but with variances, I just can't do it. So.
Can I ask a clarifying question, because it's a little hard to tell from the information provided? How far along North Coconut Lane, how far set back is the house?
From the
street.
property line, or
Yeah,
from the
from the
street
property
itself?
line.
Because there's that swale which varies
From
in
the
size.
property line. Yeah, from the property line, the street, the property line.
So, Matt, do you want me to answer that one?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the house is actually set back 10 feet from the property line. It's actually set back further on the upper levels. It's really if you look at the second floor plan, it's the stair volume or the envelope of the stair that really clips that 10-foot setback. Otherwise, the house is set back an additional 4 feet on that corner where the elevator is. And previously, as you mentioned, the existing house, the existing street wall that you saw when you visited the site is set back 5 feet from the property line.
Okay.
So the condition has been much improved with the new development.
So your short answer is now it's the current house is set back 5 feet, and what you're proposing is set back 10 feet.
Correct, and it's clipping that very outer edge of the stair on the upper floors.
But
if you calculate the actual enclosed volume, it's a further 4 feet back. So really, it depends where you measure from, but it's basically 14 feet. If that would be the corner of the elevator.
Yeah, if you're looking
But
at...
we have to measure to the volume of the stair, which is 10 feet.
If you're looking at A103A, again, a curved home, curved property trying to follow the curve of the home, which we're doing to some degree. Only that second floor stair area is what is at the 10 feet. You have most of the volume is 15 feet or more setback. And as a reminder, variances would be needed to develop as a single lot. As far as lot sizes are concerned, there's, I believe it's 23 or so other 6,000 square foot lots on the island. That's the size lots that these are at. So it's very much in tune with the average and the median lot size for these drier lots. So it was, and we had to move the lot line a little bit to correct that the platted lots, one of them was substandard under 6,000. So by making lot A, this one, a little bit smaller, we made sure that we were compliant in that regard. But again, that ability to have anything that's two-story is impossible without setbacks, whether it's a single or double lot.
Yeah, I support the requested variances and would note that staff supports the requested variances. The reason being that this lot would have been difficult to develop without the lot split. It is difficult to develop with the lot split. Had this been left as a single lot, it would be a gigantic house that would be completely out of character for the neighborhoods, at least for the dry lots. And so, I'm particularly persuaded by staff's support of each and every one of the variance requests, and I would note that a number of them have been modified and withdrawn, and so I'm going to vote for all of them.
I mean, I will say, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why this island ended up with so many oddly non-compliant homes on it over the years. It's kind of like, I guess, it kind of started, and now maybe it's because of the size of the lots or the shapes of the lots, and it just ended up with these. I mean, because there's some really weird stuff, I think, happening on this street. A couple comments I have. I am a little. It is a little discerning that, or kind of upsetting that there's not more support for the neighbors. You've reached out to quite a few, I see, and it's a little strange that only actually one within that immediate area has given a letter of support. I suppose maybe a non-support letter is basically a support letter. I don't really know, but and I do feel like a lot of this is, of course, fitting a square peg into a round hole. I recognize the fact that any home you build here on either of these two properties would require variances. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I would say, in defense of Scott's comments, yes, there need to be variances, but my struggle is like, well, could there still be? I mean, even a smaller home would still need variances. Would a couple of slightly smaller homes fit better in this area than what is shown? Perhaps. I appreciate the efforts to reduce the size of the home. I just struggle with the fact that, like, is this lot meant for a home of these sizes? I suppose that's where my struggle is a little bit.
And I think it's actually more apparent, these concerns in lot B as well.
Yes. And I would just, one clarification, if it does move to approval, I do see a couple of discrepancies in the renderings on that exterior stair in the back. On a couple of the renderings you show it's all squared off and it's black with glass railings that are straight, and then on some of the newer or the nicer renderings, I do see it's got a curve to the stair, and if we get to approval, I'd like to hope that would be the version you would be building. If you can actually find a compliant glass railing with a curved glass portion to it, which I'm not sure it actually exists. But
yeah, the intent was the one that did show the curve. I think it was the one without landscaping.
Yeah.
The constant rush to try to get
I
coordination with your
I
landscaping,
understand.
but I think we have enough on the record and in the plans that it's the
the one that's on page
coconut.
26. Yep, I got it. Okay, I just want to make sure because.
Yes, no, the intent is that curved glass railing, absolutely.
Is Mr. Nelson in line?
Yes, he's on Zoom. Tyler?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Tyler. How are you?
Great. How about yourself?
Good. There is one tree, one tababuya, which I believe is a street tree on Palm Avenue, which, given the fact that you have more than enough trees to meet requirements, that particular one, the planting pit, that space is just too tight. The tree looks like it's a foot away from the curb and gutter. Can you see it?
Yes.
I think that should go.
Okay.
Okay. Also, Miami Beach requires a pedestrian triangle and a vehicular triangle. So when you add the pedestrian triangle at the property line, you will have to adjust some of the shrubs within the triangle.
Understood. Yes.
I know this is different different municipalities require triangles in different ways. You can just check that with planning, but I do have a text message from planning telling me that there are 2 triangles required.
Right, but
Understood.
there's
We'll make sure
there's
that
no
our
formal
plans and
sidewalk here.
plans-
Hold on, Tyler, if you would.
No.
There's no sidewalk here. It's only a swale.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so where's the other one? We're happy to accommodate.
On the property line.
On the property.
I asked the same thing, but they told me that, that people could walk on the
Just wanted
grass.
clarification. I think that's fine, right, Tyler? We can address that?
That's all.
Yes. Yes, Matthew. We can address. We can make sure that we have the requisite view triangles at the property line and then at the right of way, and then just following back, Orlando, are you just speaking of the two tabebuya trees nestled between the property line and the curb? I see two that I understand you feel are very, very tight. I think if we remove those two, then the remaining tabubuyas have the adequate critical root space for kind of healthy growth.
If you want to remove two, you have room to remove them. I mean, you have more than enough required trees.
Yes. Got it.
And those are my two comments.
Well, I'm happy to see the understory and that how it's integrated into the massing. It's not sitting on stilts like we've seen in other cases, and and I support the variances and would like to have a motion.
I make a motion to pass this with the variances.
Let's do one motion for the design first, and then we'll do a second motion for all the variances. That's how we typically do it.
I make a motion to pass the design.
Second.
Second by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
Motion passes 6-1. Now can I get a motion to approve? I think we can do all the variances together.
I so move.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon. Second. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor for the
Aye.
variances?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Mr. Diffenderfer opposed. Motion carries, passes 6-1.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now the next application, I'll read into the record, is a companion application which can be found on page 42 of the board packages. This is DRB file number 21-0739. Now, the applicant has made some slight modifications to the variances requested based upon, compared to the previous plans, but they have not made any substantial changes to the overall lot coverage and unit size that staff had previously recommended. They're still recommending a lot coverage of 31.2% and a unit size of 50%. Staff is recommending that the lot coverage be reduced to, no more than 30%, and a unit size down to 45%. They have made some modifications to the pool deck and pool, and no longer need the variances related to the pool and pool deck, the neighboring property. We are recommending approval of the application with a modification of the lot coverage and unit size, and also denial of variance number 11, which is for the elevation of the yard in relationship to the pool deck, and yard. But we do feel that the design is developed enough, and we could approve the changes provided that the lot coverage is reduced, the unit size is reduced, and the variance number 11, our recommendation is that it be denied.
Thank you. Again, Matt Amster, law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami, representing Casa de Palm. I'd like to carry forward all of the comments that we've made, certainly about the neighborhood context, our neighbor outreach, Mr. Lalani's testimony that he just made, so that you can continue with this as a sort of package. We have two homes that we're trying to make each unique, but also live together in harmony with the neighborhood. And again, same design team that we have before. We have a presentation, if you could please call that up. We'll show again our good context rendering. Again, that's also, as a reminder, not showing all of the landscaping. But now Lot B is the home on the right side. Again, with the changes, right, we've now opened up the space. By having two homes, you get a corridor through between the properties. So been reductive in eliminating variances, as well as reducing the scope of the variances, certainly for the pool deck, as well as the side yard that's there. This also, and as far as the pool deck is concerned, the proposal is to have it at the same level for safety and security as the home itself. And again, there's the expansive swale here, and then as you're seeing, this is the roundabout that it's a good 200 or so more feet between this and the next actual home. And there will be other landscaping here across the front that provides good screening of that area. And I think next slide is our neighbor outreach again. And next slide shows you once again on the right-hand side, this is Lot B. Again, the irregularities, the inherent challenges here that really arise with the hardship. You can see this is the lot that would have been non-conforming at under 6,000 square feet, so we had to move that dividing line to the left. But a two-story home here is just not anywhere near able to be built without having any variance request. Next slide. That's the existing conditions. Next slide shows you basically our buildable footprint, again emphasizing what's a one-story, what's a two-story. We are very close to in compliance with the setbacks in order to be sensitive to both neighbors as well as to front and side yards. And next slide, Ethan, I'm going to turn it over to you to take them through the project.
Okay, thank you, Matt. As Matt highlighted, this project in terms of its architecture really hasn't changed a lot since the last hearing. One thing that we really wanted to do was to remove the pool variance. So if you recall, and I think it's shown here, is that the previous design had the pool deck and the surface of the pool close to that neighboring property. We have pulled that away to eliminate the variance there, so it's now set back per code. And that's the kind of the trade-off that we were hoping to alleviate so that we could keep the pool deck raised. As you can see from this front yard diagram here, there's not a tremendous amount of room given the setbacks of the home. So by having the pool deck elevated to the same height as the interior floor level, just means we don't have to lose additional square footage to that transitioning of maybe 4 extra steps. So next slide. These diagrams haven't changed. All the rooftop, the roof deck variances have been preserved. Next slide. One thing that we did do, we recall a commentary related to the materiality of the pool deck, not using these exotic hardwoods, and we took that into account. If you go to the next slide. The pool deck now has changed. We have a stone material, a little bit more durable, less maintenance issues. And you can see that the pool shift or the pool deck shift there on the bottom left-hand side, it's been kind of shifted in about 5 feet or so. Next slide. I won't spend too much time on this, but this goes over the planning. This is the previous one. So if you're looking down on the bottom right here, you can see how the pool deck did encroach that side setback area. If you go to the next plan, next slide, please. And again, bottom right, you can see how the pool has been moved over to the left to meet the setback requirements. Next slide. This is the upper living level. Nothing has changed here. Next slide. Next slide again, please. So here from the aerial view, a little bit of a closer up shot here, you can see how the pool now is set back. It doesn't align with the outer edge of the terrace. Next slide. This is the view from North Coconut Lane without the landscape. What has changed here, you can see the contextual relationship with the adjacent lot, Lot A. It's because of that improvement on the boundary, the building isn't kind of turned towards Lot B, so that's much improved. But as it relates to the palette, I remember there was obviously commentary before about the austerity of this facade, but we feel that the The design really works with the adjacent building. The material palettes are complementary to one another. And this kind of contemporary style is not unique in this part of the beach. Next slide, please. This is a view from Palm Avenue without this is the previous rendering. So you see there at the bottom, of the right-hand side of the home, the pool is aligned. Next slide. And then the shift, the pool being pulled back. Next slide. These are the renderings with the landscape around the swale, the street trees in the front, and the hedgerows, and kind of giving a nice landscape buffer to the property. Next slide. This is the material palette. So the fins or the vertical louvers that you see will be made of metal, dark bronze, similar palette to Lot A. Next slide. This is the view from Palm Avenue, the landscape. Next slide. And this is the final view without the landscape, which we've just highlighted previously. That's pretty much it from our side. And one thing to just, I guess, highlight is the fact that we did preserve the understory on the adjacent project, again, to ensure that both buildings are read as different pieces of architecture, different styles. Even though the palette's complementary, they have very unique and very different aesthetically. And that's all I can add to comment.
Thank you, Ethan. So again, as context and as normal single-family homes, they have that 30% lot coverage and 50% unit size. We have been very reductive since the start of the project, getting this vetted with staff, going to the planning board for the lot split. They created an envelope for us to work with, which did require us to come here before you to review and seek variances. Again, many of which, as we've already mentioned, are definitely required because of the irregularities of the lot, the depth, the shape, and in the context of the neighborhood, we've gone down to the 50%. Which is now the same unit size as what we've done next door. We had sought larger for both, but definitely have been reductive through the process. We've made, again, sensitivity between these two homes as well as the home that's to the right side of what you're looking at, which is our a neighbor of a different owner. Definitely pulling back the pool deck to make sure that it's, again, has just a landscape buffer in between the properties. The design, was felt to be appropriate and helps to, we're not looking to have any very expansive, gaudy-looking home at all. We wanted it to be nice and simple. And also, again, as Ethan was mentioning, there needs to be, uniqueness, differentiation from the home next to it, as well as the other homes in the area. This south-facing, portion is that larger expanse to the roundabout, where you're not really impeding upon anyone for either scale and massing, and certainly that slightly raised pool deck. So we are looking to maintain as presented in the plans, the lot coverage and unit size, which are 31.2 and 50%, and I know staff's not in favor of our pool deck, but for safety, to have it be, as well as, again, the necessity of putting that pool deck lower now means that you have an access issue. You have to put more stairs and railings for people who are, in what is already a very cramped space, and we're trying to keep that as far away from the property line as possible. So having it at that same interior floor certainly is a safer situation. So we respectfully request the approval of that unit size and lot coverage as presented, and keep the height of the pool deck. And there was one correction for the sum of the sides. It's variance 6. And Michael, maybe you can weigh in on that. We're reducing by 6 feet 6 inches the total required of 20 feet 6 inches. We're still providing the same amount, but I think the sum of the side yards had been a bit overbroad in the condition. So 6 feet 6 inches is what we're reducing by, not 10 feet, and the requirement is 21 feet 6 inches.
Correct. That's on. Sorry, I forgot to bring the clarification. That's on page 4 of the final order, which is on page 61 of the board packages. Condition number 6.
Thank you.
Variance number A6.
So with that, our entire team is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone from the public wish to come forward and speak at this time or raise your hand online?
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
And I see no one in the audience, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment. Michael, before we jump into the design, there are 3 things that Matt covered at the very end, which were the 2 lot coverage, unit size, and pool. Could you just go into that with us?
Yeah, so because this lot, for whenever there's a lot split and it includes the demolition of a pre-42 home, there's an automatic penalty in terms of lot coverage and unit size. So for a vacant lot, you can go to 30% lot coverage and 50% unit size. When you demolish a pre-42 home, that goes down to 25% lot coverage and 40% unit size. Now, as Matt had indicated, as part of the lot split process, the planning board does do an evaluation of the sizes of the lots and houses in the neighborhood, and typically they include a condition saying no waivers or variances. That's the standard. But in this case, the board determined that it was appropriate that they could ask for variances at the DRB. It's not to say that the DRB has to approve those. It's just the planning board gave them the ability to make the application for the variances based upon what they had indicated is the size of lots in the area. We are recommending a compromise here of 45% unit size and 30% lot coverage. It's very rare that even on the home that was just approved, I can't think of any instance where the board has approved a lot coverage over 30% for a 2-story home. We've had variances. I can't recall any case where the board has recently approved a lot coverage over 30%. So we feel that with a recommendation of going up to 50% for the home next door, that 45% was an appropriate compromise based upon the size of homes in the area. If this was located someplace else where the average unit size was more typical of 31%, we wouldn't have recommended in favor of a variance of more than 40%.
And the pool?
The pool, the code, so the variances requested, most of the variances are a factor of the lot and the shape of the lot. The pool is not related to the shape of the lot or the size of the lot. On non-waterfront properties, the yard is only able to be elevated to adjusted grade, which is the midpoint between sidewalk and flood elevation, or 30 inches above grade, whichever is higher. So that really doesn't factor into this lot because it's a dry lot. So the neighboring properties also cannot go higher than that elevation. So in this case, just like the lot next door, they kept their pool lower, which is just approved, even though the house is elevated. So we do believe that there's no hardship for the granting of a variance for this dry lot, which is otherwise, the code does not allow elevated yards within the required front yard, and this has 2 front yards. I do think that in terms of if the board was going to entertain granting that variance, it should be just for the pool and pool deck and not for the yard. So it would allow a transition. I think they did modify the plans to show that the latest proposal, they're not elevating the entire yard. It's only the portion of the yard, only the portion where the pool and pool deck is. Is that correct, Matt?
Yes. Ethan, does that sound?
Yeah, that's correct.
So it is that the variance in the plans you have before you, the modified plans, that the height is really only needed for the pool and the deck to be at the same height as the interior floor. But the yard is not, right? So we're not going to be above the maximum allowed in the front yard.
We just think that that's something that is more, because they are asking for a variance for the pool, so it's closer to the street. You have this elevated podium closer to the street, so it's all a factor of, I guess everything combined, which is the reason why we felt that there is no hardship for the granting of that variance.
What is your height difference if we required it to meet code?
I believe it's 30 inches dropping. Is that correct, Michael? I think 30 inches was in the staff report.
What is the elevation you're asking to go to, what, 10 feet?
Yeah, 10 feet, and I think 7'6" was what the maximum height could be.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, comments, board?
I can start. So I feel like this revision is a lot less successful. And when you go and you tour the site, I mean, the lot really is small, and I had two things running in my head as I was there. One was the staff saying that there's just too much mass for the size of the property, and I also have to say that I feel like the planning board put us in a very tight, difficult position by making these changes. I feel like this structure, and clearly it's a series of design choices. I just feel like it's too big for the area, and I'm not in support of the project because of that. I think that if it was much reduced, then I would be, but this is just too much structure for too small a space. I will also say that the Coconut Lane facing facade, which I guess is the west facade, it's just so plain and stark. It needs it. Honestly, I just don't. Clearly, you can do some. I like the other design so much better. You have it in you, and I just don't feel like it's very successful. It's just way too boxy, and it is right up. The street is right there. It's a very narrow lane. I'm not in support of this design. I should also say too, in regards to the pool being very elevated on the Palm Avenue side, although it's the back of this house, these two houses, all the other houses on the circle, that's their front yard, and I find it very odd to want to have the pool raised so high. I mean, everybody's going to be, as they're driving through, and everyone's going to be able to see you swimming in the pool, which I find that strange. So.
Yeah, I agree with everything Sarah has stated. I have in my notes says too many variances and not enough compromise. And for sure, the lot coverage and the unit size would need to be reduced to staff's recommendation 100% for me to come close to approving this, to recommending approval for this project.
I will also say too, to that point about the allowing the 25% lot coverage for the, to demolish a pre-1942 home, that's meant to dissuade people from doing that. And why are we promoting this sort of thing if, by saying, okay, it's fine, you can demolish it, and we'll still grant you that extra square footage. So I think it sort of goes against, the intent of that code as well.
I have no problem with the height of the pool because of the landscape hedging material they're using. People will not be able to look into the pool area. We have the same situation here. Tyler, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here, Orlando.
Okay. We have the same situation in the front with the double triangles, where two trees, I think is lysolomas, are going to have to be relocated, and the shrubs also relocated.
Understood. That's definitely feasible within the plans.
Yeah, that's doable.
We have.
It's doable.
Yes.
Sarah, I think it's better. It doesn't have an understory, so it's a bit lower than the other house. So I think that's a positive thing. I do agree with you that we shouldn't grant as as many variances as they're requesting. But I do think the height is fine here. So
It's more the massing.
uh-huh.
You know, I was thinking on that facade, if there was a little bit more of a setback, it's just a lot right up. I think it's a massing. I said I think it's a design issue. It's so boxy. If the upper story was if the second story was much smaller than the first story, I think that might be a good way to make it fit the context better.
Yeah.
But it's just. I don't know.
Well, it does. I agree with you. It doesn't. I mean, this house doesn't defer at all to the site. I mean, it's not to go back to postmodernism, but even Columbus Circle, a 70-story building did at least curve the. You could easily curve this facade. It's not.
I agree with you, but then on the other hand, the trees that the landscape architect has chosen are very dense. And you're not going to see much of the house.
Well, that was also what I was thinking too as I was looking at it. I don't think that it's good practice to rely on landscaping to add interest to the facade of a house.
I agree.
Trees die, things happen. New owners come, and so I think the structure itself needs to have a little bit more.
I'm supportive of the variances subject to the modifications set forth in the staff report, but that's not what the applicant is requesting. And the impression I'm getting from the other board members is that they would like to see further refinement to the design. So I am going to suggest continuance. And people are nodding, so I'm going to go ahead and yes, Matt.
Thank you. No, I'm not entirely against that. I feel, but I do think that we've communicated across the internet, and maybe Shamsu, if you want to say a few words, you may. But
I think a motion or what is?
Yeah,
I just wanted to see if there is an opportunity to agree to remove the pool deck variance so that it'd have to be lower, reduce the unit size to 45%, which is what staff is recommending. I don't know exactly what that'll do for lot coverage, but it'll likely shrink it. Ethan, you can help me out there, because we have to take off about 304 square feet for that, that reduction. And then maybe we can talk about the North Coconut Lane, and you can give us some direction that we'd be able to work out with staff.
So I don't know if I speak for everybody, but I sort of feel like Lot A was your big compromise. We made a lot of variances there. We made a lot of compromises. And I want to see Lot B be you following, what's required of you for the lot size. That's at least my opinion, and that's the direction that I would give.
Sorry, you said...
In terms of the maximum unit size should be 40%, as the code says it should be. You've gotten a lot of compromise, and I don't know if everybody agrees. I feel like you've gotten so many compromise with this property. You split it in half. We approved the last design. Now it's your turn to sort of get back.
I would support the continuance because I actually like the project, but I don't think it's all the way there yet.
And it's going to be it's going to be a redesign in a way.
Yeah, and we would kind of like a redesign a little bit, which is the facade, of course, and the massing, obviously, and the pool. And I do object to the pool being raised.
So if we could get a little bit, I'm definitely seeing the tea leaves are for continuance, but if we can get at least a little bit more design directive, because this is now our third time coming back.
Yeah, well, I think the first design you changed significantly. This one, as far as I see, didn't change anything. I don't think this design you didn't change at all in terms of the facade or the massing. The first one you did. I mean,
right.
I would either break it, I would crease it in the center or curve it or do something to acknowledge that the site. This is not this is definitely that square peg in a round hole. So there's nothing about this design that says it has to be here. It could be anywhere. It could be it could be on any street. This is a kind of prototypical, house that could be plopped down anywhere. So I think it should do something to acknowledge its site, its location. That's all. I think the architect understands that, and I'm sure he could come up with something that would modify that.
Do we have a second on the continuance? I would suggest continue to the June 7th meeting.
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Gore-Nelson. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item is continued to June 7th.
Thank you. Michael, the plans would be due, I guess, the first week of May?
1 week after the May 3rd
May DRB.
meeting, so May 10th.
And Matt, do you feel you have enough information? Or the architect has enough
Ethan, do you feel you have enough direction?
Yes, I think so. Everything's loud and clear. I would like to just say, as we try to reiterate this design, if we could at least agree on the unit size being at 45, because it gives us something more tangible to work with. I mean, this being the third attempt. Reducing it to 40, that is shaving, over 600 square feet from the house. That's a significant, that's a bedroom plus some. So if we could go to 45, I think it's just a little bit more reasonable.
Well, we could have a little straw poll here.
I think you're better off not to request a straw poll and come back next month with the design changes, because I think if the board is happy with the design like they were today, then you're more likely to get approval. But I think they need to see the changes to the design before they weigh in on the unit size.
I like to leave creativity to the architect. I don't want to tell him exactly what to do.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I think we could take the next application, which should be pretty quick. It was heard last month. It was continued just for some redesign for the front facade. So if we can, I would suggest we do this next application and then maybe take a break for lunch.
Everybody in favor of that? One more? Okay, Ralph.
Sure.
We've seen you waiting back there.
This is DRB file number 210750. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory, including a variance from the maximum height for a two-story structure. This application was before the board on February 1st of this year. The board expressed concerns with the front facade and continued the application today's date. They're asking for a 1-foot height variance. Staff had indicated previously we could not identify a hardship. However, and we do continue to recommend denial of the variance. However, the board at the last month's meeting, in reviewing the applicant's proposal, did seem inclined to support that variance request. The applicant has substantially transformed the front facade, which I think is a great improvement. We are supportive of the application. We are recommending approval, but unfortunately we couldn't recommend in favor of the variance. But as I indicated, the board did seem inclined to support that variance when this application was before you 2 months ago.
Okay.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez's office of 333 Avenue America with Greenberg Targ.
Sorry, would 10 minutes be adequate?
Yes, we're going to be hopefully less than that. Just to recap, we were here 2 months ago, and the board overall liked the project and took a unanimous straw vote on supporting the 1-foot variance, the side and rear elevations, as well as the massing. The one concern the board members expressed was they wanted us to go back and work on the front facade. So we're here today, and Ralph will walk you through the changes to the front facade.
Okay. I don't know that I'm going to need a PowerPoint, although we do have a PowerPoint, but if everybody can see the boards, it's quite simple. You guys thought that, the board thought that our original design, which is over here, was very vertical, it was very haphazard, had too many materials, didn't like the black marble, didn't like the edge cut off, that cantilever, and the main comment was to make it more horizontal in keeping with the horizontal nature of the neighborhood. So we went back and we redesigned the entire residence, and we simplified the materials on the residence. We made it a very lineal type of design. We kept that cantilever that you guys liked, but we did remove the little chamfer on the corner. So I think now it reads as a very elegant, simple, modern, elegant design. We've also, as we do in our designs, we articulate the side elevations to make them look almost like front elevations, because all the sides of a residence are fairly important. So we are back here to get your approval on the modified design. Nothing else in the residence has changed since you've seen it last, except the materials and the actual architectural horizontality of the design.
That completes your presentation? Great. Anyone from the public wish to speak, please raise your hand online or come forward.
Mr. Chairman, there's nobody online with their hand raised.
So I'll close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment.
And just before we start the board's comments, has anyone had just any disclosures of ex-party communications since the last hearing?
I see none.
No. Okay, thank you.
And everyone's been sworn in, right? Okay.
Thanks. So for the, I really like this design. I just want to be brief to move this along. I like this design, and though I do agree with staff that I don't think that additional foot is really necessary.
We took a straw poll here last time, and we came back. Here we have a hardship, Sarah. If we try to promote undercarriage homes on Miami Beach for sea level rise, then we have to give everybody equal opportunity to create an undercarriage home.
I mean, I understand. I just, I thought staff made a good point. I was at the site. It seems the houses next to it are not terribly high. I just want to make sure that it fits in the context of the neighborhood, and it's just a foot. I'd be curious, again, so we can move forward with this.
We actually lowered the height from finished floor to roof from 24 that's allowed to 23.3. So we actually lowered the actual house in order just to try to accommodate an understory here. And we're going with a post-tension structure to keep it as flat as possible. So we're doing everything possible to create an understory home as close as possible as we can to the design. But I understand what you're saying.
What is is this concrete, the slabs, or the white?
That is stucco, yeah.
But it'll be finished with stucco, or it's just...
It's finished with stucco. It's not exposed white concrete. Right. We've done that in the past, but not in this context. Right. It wouldn't go.
I think it's a much better design.
I appreciate it.
With respect to the variant, I'm supportive, based upon staff's analysis that we had previously been supportive of the variance on the condition that you revise the design to be more horizontal in nature, which you've done, and so I'm inclined to support the variance. Rather, I will be voting to support the variance.
I would suggest if there's a motion, we do a motion for the design first and then a motion for the variance separately.
I'm good.
Okay. Landscape? Comments? Motion?
I move to approve the design.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Design passes 7-0. And now for the one variance for the height.
I move to approve the variance.
Have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you so much. It was very quick. You can now have lunch. Appreciate your time.
Sarah, did you oppose? Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back here in 15 minutes? 15 or 20 minutes?
Let's do 20 minutes.
20
We have 2 applications, which shouldn't be long, so
It'll be a
20
20 of.
minutes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to the Design Review Board meeting on April 5th here at City Hall in the chambers. We're going to pick up the agenda. We have 2 remaining items, and I'm going to ask Michael to introduce the next one.
Sure, thank you. Give me just a second here. We have 2 items left on the agenda. The next is found on page 88 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0771 for 4570 and 4580 North Bay Road. This is an application requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story single-family home and review of an understory to replace an existing residence on a vacant lot. This application was last before you on March and was continued to a date certain of today. Since the prior meeting, the applicant has revised the design and is no longer requesting a waiver, which was previously part of the plan. They provided some additional renderings. Staff continues to be supportive of the application and is recommending approval.
Good afternoon once again. Matt Amster, law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing MAG NBR LLC, the applicant and owner of the 2 lots for a 1 single-family home development. I think members of our team are going to need to be sworn in. Let me introduce them all first. But on Zoom, you should see Kirian Robertson. That's our design architect from Sayota. Vincent Filigenzi is here. He's a landscape architect. Alan Karen is here, our owner's rep. I don't know if the owner is possibly on Zoom. He's going to be joining. Okay, Mark Gardner would be joining us on Zoom, and my colleague Nicholas Rodriguez. We have a presentation, if you could please call that up. We were here last month and heard your comments, appreciate them. For sure, we have embraced the removal of the waiver on the side, so we are fully compliant on our north side, so we do not need that open space waiver. And the other main concern was to just get more details on the project design, especially the front and the shards themselves. And those are both in our plans and also in our model before you. Some of you have seen the model. I guess after our presentation, welcome you all to come and take a closer look. With that, I want to turn it over to, actually, I think we need to swear in
We
the
have
rest of the team.
a couple of things. Any ex parte communications? First, let me start with that. Nope. Okay. And then, how much time will you need, Matt?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Fine.
And for those present and those on Zoom, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Kirian, just 1 second. The next slide, I believe, is our neighbor outreach, which is the same as before. We have reached out to many. Sorry, one more. Sorry, one more again. Here's our location. Next one. So the owner especially has reached out, and also Alan, to many of the nearby neighbors with renderings of the project, spoken to as many as they can. We do have a few letters of support, the ones in green, including those that are not being able to be shown on the map. But we haven't received any negative reaction at all. Some people are out of town, and so, but they've at least been communicating with us. Definitely the north and south neighbor. We've reached out to them multiple times since they are the ones that are closest, and have actually, it's not just delivered things, we've definitely spoken with them, so they are aware of the project and did not want to comment. Next slide. I think now I'll turn it over to Kirian.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Kieran, as introduced by Matt, together with obviously Device, our local architects of record, Vincent Filigenzi of Landscape and Arc Interior Design. We're very pleased to present this project to you again. So this is our site, as previously shown. It is two combined lots. All right, next slide. Here's the neighbor's outreach. Okay, and then what's in terms of that plot, just a quick to refresh your memory very quickly. We are looking to demolish the existing structure and utilize the lot to its best of its ability. Obviously, one of our goals is to open up the building as much as possible to the ocean frontage, while having a facade that's relatively private towards the street and neighboring sides. Something that's very important to note is, although this massing that you see here is only using up 38.9% of the lot, we are actually entitled to use 50%, so we are in fact being quite sensitive. We do have quite an expansive land that we can utilize, and we are being also very sensitive in terms of side setbacks. Our shards are actually a theme that we use throughout the architecture, and it's something that we're looking to give a unique characteristic as well as create quite a powerful entrance moment, and that's something that the board queried last time, which we hope to elaborate on further for you today. All right, next slide. Something that's also important to note is that although we are entitled to have a double story towards the street facade, we are looking to actually set that building off quite sufficiently from that street facade with planting, a planting buffer zone, but also we have a single story which sits above this understory as previously indicated, and which we have punctured to allow light in as well as water features, so that actually is not a neglected space but something that actually provides meaning to the project. And then as we come towards the ocean facade, we've gone double story in order to maximize those views, and that's just to allow those bedrooms views over the ocean frontage, as well as all your living amenities and rooms live outwards towards that side of the property. So you can see we've got a distance of 110 feet that's offset to that double story. Next. And then where we did have some questions was obviously regarding this elevation, our east elevation. You can see that offset, the double story is actually grayed out as it's in the distance. We do have extensive fenestration to that front facade, and these walls that read quite solid in this view are actually chamfered walls, which I'm hoping you'll get a better understanding of within the model itself. Again, we actually have we have fenestration to either side of what is a large timber pivot door. Obviously, it's not as large as articulated by that panel. It's inset, and one has a pivot element within that door itself. Right, next view. And then here we've just, in interest of conveying that a lot better, we've just removed all the planting in front of that elevation so that you get a better feeling. You can see the timber door, which obviously has that cutout to allow for the pivot, and it actually has windows on either side. So those walls on either side of it are actually framing elements that then pull you up those stairs, and obviously those stairs are necessitated by our understory itself. To the right, we actually have a water feature that cascades down, and you actually step over it via these steps over the water body. And then to the left, as you can see, that open fenestration. And we're really looking to express this house almost as a planter, with planting all over it, and almost integrates into the landscape in that way. And, you know, we're using a very strong use of natural materials that are chiseled to create some texture. Next. So here, just showing those materials a little bit better. So as you can see, it's a very natural palette. Our feature stone walls are the straight limestone towards the bottom left, the largest image. And you can see that the textural nature of that stone. Next. Just some axos showing the overall massing and how we are expressing those shard elements. And one of the things they're doing is also, as you enter, you come into what is a double volume, and your view is directed throughout the entire house towards the ocean. And we think that in and of itself is quite a phenomenal feature and something we'd like to achieve. On the north facade, you can see how we've actually done away with that waiver, so we're not requesting. We don't have any waiver requests, and we think to some extent it actually has improved the design and also has less or has minimal impact on the adjacent neighbors. Next. Showing you how it integrates into the existing street view on the right, and our proposed street montage on the left. So you can see it is heavily offset from the road, and on plan we'll show you now what that exact distance is that it's set back. Another important point to note is that these walls are actually incredibly distant from their adjacent neighbors as well. Next. Just showing you this elevation. This is a 3D view, but with trees, and this is obviously our intention and as exhibited in our landscaping. Next. And at your request, we've just removed those trees to better show what that looks like and what the nature is of those elements. Next. And it's important to note that we could actually, at that point, have a double-story building in its entirety. This is your view from the office. You can see that puncture going down to the understory below, just creating a feature, but also bringing light deep into that space below. Something we've also done with the design is we're allowing views all the way throughout the building, so you always have visual access to the ocean frontage. Next. And again, this just illustrates how we in fact terrace the site down towards the water, and the entire building opens up towards the views with incredibly deep overhangs, so one can move freely. We blur the line between inside and outside, and one has the ability to occupy these external spaces quite comfortably. Next. This is just showing the secondary entrance, as it were. So when one was to dock with the boats, you have quite a successful entrance way to what is the entertainment side of the house. Next. And this is just showing you obviously this is the plan itself, but you can also see in purple indicated how far those shard walls are set back. So they're set back each 31 feet and 47 feet from the road itself. The right-hand shard is actually 58 feet from the side boundary, and the left-hand shard is 116 feet. So what's important to note is that they are significantly offset from all boundaries, setbacks, and neighbors. Next. Just showing you our landscaping diagram and how we intend to plant this building and its surrounds in order to maximize privacy. Next. And then this is just showing you the understory, so how that has the ability to, it's a free-flowing space that's open on all sides, and we've got these water features integrated, as well as oculuses punctured into that slab. Right, next. Again, this shows you the entrance, so you can see that entrance condition. So obviously that amount of stairs are necessitated by the understory and raising of that level. But one can see the dramatic entranceway that is created as you enter this entrance hall and have views directed through towards the views. And then all of your spaces almost hold that the view itself, and obviously maximize your lawn and landscaping towards ocean frontage.
Gary, and I just want to point out that's actually the previous one. Yeah, here now you've moved up to the revision where we're fully compliant for the open space on the side.
So the only change in this is on the north hand facade, and then you can see how we've reduced the chef's kitchen and we've pushed it back so that we are fully compliant and have no need to request for a waiver. And again, we're just indicating offsets, but we have no need of a waiver, and this is just the north facade is what one should focus on. Obviously, we had to rotate those stairs and inset the chef's kitchen, which we don't consider a hardship. Next. And again, as Matt pointed out, this is actually the previous design. You can see there, one of the concerns was that the waiver just allowed for a larger walk-in closet. If we go to the next slide, you'll see how we've resolved that. So there's no need for a waiver. Again, it just resulted in pivoting that stair and offsetting the closet slightly, and obviously insetting it somewhat. But other than that, the plan has remained unchanged. Next. Again, just showing the planting layout and how we intend for this upper slab to be populated with planting. Next. Right, this is the previous layout. Next. And there you can see what has happened so that we are in compliance on that north facade. And it's important to note that towards the lower left, that is a single story. Next. Again, we realize as these were more technical elevations, one doesn't read those chamfers of those walled elements, but you can see where the glass is indicated, as well as the pivot door, which is relatively large, but it's obviously a much larger panel of wood. And you can also see the amount of or extensive fenestration on this east elevation as well as the west elevation. Next.
Carrie Ann, if you could just do one more minute to finish up, I think we're nearly there.
No problem. So here you can see the how we've changed that facade on the north elevation. We've obviously used the screen element to make that read more as an element, and we've cut that facade back so it doesn't encroach on that boundary. Okay, next please.
Next one.
Next. And this, as you can see, here's a previous submission, and we can see, if we go to the next slide, how we've achieved the next slide, please. So the updated layout, so you can see how we have achieved, well, we've updated the design so we no longer need a waiver. Next. And again, this is just your updated elevation for review, so you can see what it has in fact changed to. Next. And again, this is what it's looking like now with the articulated facade and the screen device. Next. Right, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie Ann. So again, completely in compliance for that north side open space, and hopefully this additional detail and design shows you the intent. You know, very low scale on the front, 1-story water features. The 2-story areas are very pushed back. The chamfered shards are themselves set back, but still then create this grand entrance for the home. I welcome you to come and view the model. This is by sketch scale, a guy named Luis. He did a great job, and we are in agreement with all the staff's conditions and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, Matt. Does anyone from the public wish to speak at this time? Please raise your hand or come forward.
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, and I see no one in the public, so we're going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment. And I'm going to go look at the model.
I wanted to thank your team for the model, because I think that as always, helps understand, how everything is laid out and the volumes, and certainly we had concerns about the setback. I went and I sat in front of this property for a while, and, because I'm always concerned with context, and I will say that the house, I think, next door does have this feature that is very tall and very close to the front of the property line, and it's these sort of rolled up garage doors, and it's not very well placed, and I was thinking about that a lot as I was analyzing this design and trying to make sure that mistakes like that were not made again. I'm still struggling a bit with these large stone walls. I understand the concept. They still seem very heavy, which I think is an obvious adjective to use here, and monolithic, and I really like the design of the rest of the house. I understand why they're being incorporated and the whole, like I said, the whole concept. I'm just not quite sure. I love the execution, and I'm curious to hear what the other board members have to say.
I'll tag on to that. It's so funny that you said that, Sarah, because I've spent a lot of time looking at this set over the weekend and the plans, and there's so many things I commend the architect and the design team for kind of the layout and the overall flow of the home. Like, I can kind of imagine being in this house and the places that are created by all of the wonderful hardscape and landscape, and I guess would call it waterscape, that you have kind of going in and out of this home. I just think there's something really, really special about it, and you have these masses, these sort of walls inside the house that separate space, that are kind of these sculptural things, and you kind of sense the home itself as kind of sculptural within the context of the site. But my exact same comment was still this entry wall, and I understand the idea of it. I guess it's kind of like this mass, and you're breaking into the middle of it, and it's kind of separating the home into these two different zones, sort of the more public zone versus private, perhaps. I too think I don't know, because if you kind of didn't have that there, and you look at the rest of it, it just seems also very beautiful and very, I don't know, like just natural. And then there's this thing that just kind of is here, and I think, I don't know if it. I think it's good to see it now like this, and I kind of went into the model to kind of get the sense of, at the street level, what that's actually like. And yes, thank goodness it's all set back. It happens to be the giantest, most foreboding part of the project, and it happens to be the closest to the street. So that's a little bit of a confusion I have in my own head. But I mean, in general, I'm super excited to see this home, happen and get built. I do understand Sarah's vision there. Thoughts on that?
No, I agree. It is a little foreboding. I feel like it's very aggressive. It's just this giant wall piercing the home and piercing into the neighborhood. And thank you for.
So much of the house is not that way. Like the way the balconies are treated with the landscaping on the balcony. Like, there's so many wonderful kind of personal moments, and there's this sort of ding dong, welcome to our house. Like, I mean, I don't even know if anybody would want to even approach. It just kind of looks.
Well, you're not welcome to this home, actually. So I think this kind of, cozy, like every house should be welcoming, is not really acknowledging the state of Miami and the wealth that's here, and the desire of people to have houses that are different from each other. And I actually think I like this device because it's an attempt, in fact, by one of the architects who helped establish the boxy style, to break out of the box. So these shards are, they will read as sculpture. If anything, it looks like IMP's National Gallery, which everyone loves and loves to come up to and touch those corners. But again, they're set back enough that, when it's planted, you'll barely see this house. So I think it's a part. I think it's an essential part of the design, and I like that it's not boxy. I mean, it's really literally breaking the box here. So, I like everything they've done, and I'm glad they adjusted the plan so that they're not asking for these setbacks and waivers.
Do you think if at least just that one wall, the southern one, was scaled down a little bit, it would ruin the whole composition of it?
I think it needs to be at that height because it continues that datum from
Or even the
inside and
length.
outside.
Like I just am envisioning walking up all of these stairs. Like it's this grand procession where you're walking up all of these stairs and it's just this wall of stone.
Well, it's like the set piece to Aida. It has a very operatic sensibility to it, but I honestly, I think it's different from other houses of this scale, and I think in that sense it's, I think we should encourage creative solutions to the very restrictive zoning we have here. So.
Now, I think that's why I'm struggling with it, because I think it's like I really want to like it more than I sort of am, because I completely understand where you're coming from, and I agree. And I like that it's very different. It is just a little foreboding.
I like the architectural design very much. The landscape plan doesn't have visibility triangles, and there is one big problem with the landscape plan. I cannot read it.
Oh.
And I don't think anybody can. Can you?
I'm sorry about that again. I don't know why that's happening because
I think the
when
larger text on the left is legible, but the landscape plan itself, all the notes, you can't read what the items are in the landscape plan.
It's
Maybe
just
because
too
it's
small.
Too small on the sheet, yeah.
And when you go to zoom in, it doesn't read it.
It's so blurry.
We double checked the upload size. It was sufficient. We can maybe just increase the text size. It's at the minimum 1/8 inch, but we'll make it bigger.
I think if you like have it on its own, you might have to have it of its own sheet, and then
I think
this
the scale is way too small.
What?
Well, Orlando, I'm happy
Would you
tell you
would
that
you like me to show you?
No, it's weird. The legend's very clear, but the actual.
Yeah, last time you couldn't read the legend at all.
No way.
Yeah, that was the quality for uploading. I mean, we double checked it was the right size.
when we view it on our end, because we don't actually upload it at the city side,
So I would like
we can view it. So I'm sorry. I apologize.
I would like to see the plan.
Well, we can certainly share it with you. Here's at least one view of it right there in this beautiful model.
Is there a version of it that is legible that somebody can bring up on the screen, or so that you could look at it, or get it printed out somewhere that you could get?
Why don't we? I mean, honestly, why don't we look at the model, because that's actually closer. I mean, I think you should review it as an expert clearly in plan.
I saw the model.
Yeah, I don't mean, but I mean like other people who just are.
No, I'm not worried about it for me. I'm worried about it for our landscape architect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to look at with this?
So, my thoughts about the shards is that they don't break any rules. By matter of right, they can build these things right where they are, to that height, to that distance back from the property line. So there's no ground by which you're not allowed to do that. It's purely an aesthetic one, and I'm kind of on Alex's side of the fence, which is that, yeah, there's a lot of drama and impact that it has visually, but it may be healthy for the project to do that. Rather, if you remove them, the thing might get muddied and kind of just disappear. You know, it's just such a sensitive project. In fact, of the indoor-outdoor relationships in landscape and water that everyone's mentioned, that this one element could be the unifying factor that which is a very complicated project, pull it together.
Well, I move to approve this, maybe, but with contingent upon Orlando looking at the.
We do have in our presentation. Sorry, that page number's not, but probably a good 25 pages in. Maybe they can call up the presentation again. The landscape is in there.
I'm sorry?
21.
One you can't read.
But it's not legible.
That's the one you can't read?
Do you have it legible in your set there, Matthew?
Yeah, when it's printed.
It's legible.
I don't know if you want to.
It's not the same as the one we received.
Right.
Because this one has the triangles. And it's.
That's responding to last meeting.
Is this what you showed him?
Yeah,
that's what he's looking at. Okay. Does anybody else want to see? I mean, this is it. It doesn't have the triangles, but I know that.
We don't. You don't have to finalize.
No, we have.
The one Orlando has is more current.
It's
It's
better.
to finalize it now. We could hold off on the landscape.
No, let's finish it.
Oh, it's up to you.
Can I have a couple of minutes?
Well, maybe while we're waiting, could we hear maybe from the architect about this design feature that we're discussing?
Yes, definitely. It's very much part of our design intent, and from our perspective, it's integral to the design. We're very intentionally attempting to avoid the box style, and we don't want to make we're looking to create a distinctive architecture, so it is inherently a feature. I do hear you about placement of certain elements, but that's something we've actually considered at a great deal in terms of that precise location and how it actually interacts with the flow of the entire building, and when one enters, the type of volumetric experience that you'll receive as you obviously transcend those steps. And it's also, we think, as an architectural feature and as a sculptural element, it is intended to be quite powerful. And we think it will certainly have a very different impact, although it is offset from the street, very different impact to what is maybe a tall garage door. It is something that is dramatic and we believe will add value. And then also in terms of the monolithic quality that you are referring to, it is made of stone, but that stone is going to be articulated. So it's going to have a rough hand-hewn surface. It is something that is a bespoke element. So again, I don't, well, from our perspective, this is akin to public sculpture, and this is what we hope to achieve or strive to with our architecture.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no comments on on landscape.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Gorlin to approve the application.
I second.
Second by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Now, I think it's important to find out why. Is this in the uploading that they do, or is this?
Yeah, I just had him check. So when the
Because it's
document that we
important.
upload, we can read. It's legible. We'll have to figure this out because
Yeah,
that was
maybe
not
we can.
our
I'll get
intention.
together with Matt and figure out if it's the file. Because if the file that's sent to us is legible and it's not legible when it's uploaded, then we can find out where the discrepancy is,
Right.
and what the issue is. So we'll take a look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have one more application on the agenda today. This can be found on page 105 of the board packages. This is DRB 21-0781, which was formerly known as DRB 19-0462. This is for 6961 to 6985 Abbott Avenue, 300 to 326 71st Street, and 6972 Harding Avenue. This is an application requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of a new multi-story mixed-use residential retail development. Specifically, the applicant is requesting modification to the design of all elevations and floor plans. This application, which is located in the TCC district, was approved initially by the board on November 3rd of 2020. As indicated by the applicant, the modifications proposed today are partly due to changes in the structural configuration and column design compared to the initial design that was approved by the board. Additionally, the top floor has been modified to include a full floor of units. The tower footprint has been modified to redistribute the FAR, and the pool was relocated from the rooftop to the podium level. I'll let the applicant go through the design changes made to the elevations and plans. Only noted concern was that, as you can see, one of the bigger changes is changes to the facade of the garage levels. We do believe that the prior sort of two different materials was not really that, I guess, aesthetic in terms of the differences that it provided. So we are supportive of having a more continuity in the overall design language of the garage. We did note a concern with the applicant's proposal for a mesh fabric screening element. So that was our concern, that the applicant further explore the materials, maybe provide something that has a more of an opaque finish. And we're just concerned as well about the long-term viability and durability of that type of structure. I'll turn it over to the applicant here who can provide their presentation. Thank you.
And before we proceed, I just want to ask for any ex-parte disclosures from the board. Nope. Okay, and then I believe I have to swear in the witness. And is there anyone joining us online? Nope, just you. Okay, so do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And how much time would you need?
10 minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alfonso Jurado with AJA Architecture. As Michael explained, this is a previously approved project. We're here to revise the design based on just input as the design developed. The changes to the tower are relatively minor. I mean, they involve redistributing of the units slightly due to column layouts and things of that nature. We got rid of the upper floor, which was half pool deck and half units. Wanted to make that a little bit more efficient, so we made that a full floor and brought the pool down to the pool deck, to what is now the pool deck, the top of the garage. And that necessitated some pulling and pushing and pulling of the tower so that we can redistribute the FAR. The tower got a couple of feet narrower and about a foot shorter to be able to get the FAR to rebalance. The major change, as Michael explained, is the change to the screening of the garage. I believe that previously, when it was approved, there was issues with the way that there was a holistic design for the facade of the garage. There was two different designs of sorts, and one for the upper floors, one for the lower floors. They didn't tie into the design of the tower so much. So our attempt here was to come up with a design that, first of all, unified the whole podium, and secondly, tied the design a little bit more directly to the design of the tower itself, which has, the play of the balconies of unequal lengths, and so we try to mimic that, or not mimic it, but use that language to inform the design of the garage screen, which has sort of a random pattern of vertical aluminum mullions, which is then infilled with a silver PVC mesh, fabric mesh. And these meshes are, I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they're becoming more and more prevalent in this market. One, surprisingly enough, because of the durability of the mesh, they come with a 10-year warranty. They don't fade, particularly the color that we're proposing to do, which is like a silver color. They don't fade very much. They're guaranteed for 10 years, and their usable life is 20 plus years. And then the other advantage of it too is that if you were saying to do metal panels, for example, when those start to fade or when they start to get worn, to replace them is a major undertaking. In this case, after 25 years or 30 years, however long this thing, the service life of the mesh is, you can replace it inexpensively because all the other stuff, all the aluminum members and all that stay in place. You just replace the mesh. And this mesh actually is very durable, and there's a lot of buildings right now that have it in Miami, and some of them have gone through hurricanes and they fared very well. Had no damage whatsoever to the mesh. The mesh is very strong, and because of the fact that it's 50% open, more or less, it allows a lot of the wind to come through, so it doesn't place so much of a load on the material itself, and then on the supporting structure. So I think it's a very good option for, say, metal panels or something like that, which have their own limitations as well. But and the other concern is that the mesh is too transparent. And really, if you see it from the vantage point that you're going to see it from the street or from far away, it's actually pretty opaque. Particularly the silver color, the way it reflects light, kind of fills in those openings, and it becomes fairly opaque. Keeping in mind that it still needs to ventilate, right? And anything you're going to do on a garage screen is going to have to allow the garage to breathe. So you're probably going to be, if you do metal panels, you're going to have some kind of a 50% openness to them. If you do louvers, the City Hall garage, for example, it's got louvers, you can see right through them. So I think the concern with the opacity of the screen is maybe not as great as it probably should be. There's in the back of the presentation, there's an image of a garage in, I think it's in Atlanta, that has the same color mesh, the same type of mesh. And you can see that it's fairly opaque. It creates a nice textured surface.
Excuse me, Alfonso, do you want to bring up the presentation?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
Yeah.
Can I?
Bring up the presentation, then the board can follow along.
Yeah, there you go. There it is. Next slide. The location, I probably should have led with that. It's between Abbott and Harding, right on 71st Street. Next slide. So this is a view from the northwest, and you can see the garage screen. The material is the same throughout, but what causes the differences in color, in texture and color, is the fact that the aluminum vertical members cast shadows different ways because of the fact that they're different spacing. It creates a movement in the facade that to some extent mimics what happens on the building itself. With the balcony, the play of the balconies, etc. Next slide. This is the view from Harding. Next slide. There's comparison slides that we have of the renderings. Here we go. So you can see the previous scheme to the left and then the proposed scheme to the right. Again, the tower proportions are basically identical. The views are slightly different, and that's why they don't look exactly the same, but they're practically identical in terms of proportion. The height of the podium, the height of the tower, the width, length, all those elements are pretty much the same. Next slide. And this is the view from Harding, where you can see the scheme on the left is the approved scheme. The scheme on the right is what we're proposing, and you can see that the disconnect, I think, between the upper levels of the garage and the lower levels of the garage. And I think that was something that the board had issue with previously, so we've attempted to unify that. Yeah, I mean, I think if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I think that's concludes the presentation.
Does that complete your presentation? Before you complete it, though, why don't you talk about the balconies?
The balcony?
The balconies.
Yeah, well, the balconies...
It's completely different than the previous scheme.
One of the big differences in the previous scheme is, first of all, the balconies were longer. And they were also connected by a beam that was very thin, and really we couldn't make that work. It was basically 8 inches. It was the same depth as the slab, and they were spanning 15 feet or so, and you just couldn't make that work. So we eliminated that element because it was infeasible. And the balconies were redistributed to go with the units, with the unit layouts, which we changed slightly. In the previous scheme, the units on the west side, I think, were narrow, very narrow and deep. So, and they were different from the units on the other side. So we regularized all that, made them all the same. So that dictated a little bit of a change on the balcony positioning and lengths. But the railings are the same. Everything else about them is the same. The proportions are slightly different because of the units behind them.
Yeah. Did that complete your presentation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions?
Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward or raise your hand online.
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and turn it over to the board for comment.
I can start, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So it's kind of, obviously, if you've sat through any of these meetings, I'm not a huge fan of meshed-in parking podiums or meshed-in garages. So unfortunately for me, you're going to get a little bit of pushback here. I certainly understand the durability and you are absolutely correct. You are seeing a lot of these mesh enclosures on parking garages. Certainly some applications are better than others. But I guess, as we see more and more buildings where there's, and most of the buildings we build here that are mid-rise or high-rise have a parking podium, right? Whether it's, in your case, it's about above the retail, it's about 40 more feet. So, and then you have your building on top of that, which is, I think it's just very important that podium level, because its mass and size is designed as thoughtfully, I think, as the rest of the building is. And in this case, for me, I think it needs a little bit more work on the design side for my taste. I know in your building, the parking podium is actually is somewhat separate and articulated from the rest of the building, but certainly we're seeing buildings even downtown where the parking podium is completely, you don't even really know that's a parking podium, but there is a parking podium there because it's integrated into the design of the whole building. So in this case, I understand your tower kind of sits on top of a larger mass, but I'd like to see a little bit more put into that, especially in this neighborhood, which is kind of a transition between a very dense residential neighborhood, low rise, to now this kind of urban core that's being developed here. And so, as you know, the projects that have come in front of the board of the last year, including this one, we try to put a lot of effort into creating really well-designed mid-rise, multi-resident buildings here because they've never existed here before. So I'm always going to want to push for a little bit more. In the previous scheme by the other architect, that wasn't perfect either. There was two different things happening. I did kind of like this three-dimensionality they had to their metal panels that had the perforations in it. It was a little bit more articulated, and I think maybe there's something in between that would be a little bit more successful for me on yours.
I actually think this is better than the first design, which was chopped into two horizontal bands with, I think, an overly decorative pattern. Neither before, which they didn't really relate to each other, and I think this is more cohesive. And again, as I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of garages that try to become art objects. So I think this is very straightforward, neutral, and I think the mesh actually in this case will shimmer and actually I think it would work very well. I think here I don't recommend trying to make it more artistic. So.
I mean, if that last image in your presentation is what this is going to look like, I'm not a fan.
Well, no, I mean, that's just the material itself, but ours has a lot more articulation to it than that because it has the aluminum frame superimposed on it. That's just the mesh, and that
I think that slide probably didn't help you.
It's just to show the opacity of the mesh. I mean, I don't know what else to do, short of.
Oh, you could have brought some mesh.
My question to staff, was the landscape approved in the prior approval?
Yeah, they're not making any changes to the landscape plan.
Okay.
Right.
It's true because in this last picture, it reads very solid when clearly it's not meant to be solid. Is that true, or are you envisioning? I mean, this almost looks like concrete to me.
No, right. I mean, you get a hint of what's behind it, right? The point of the picture is to show the fact that it's not, you don't see through it like glass, right? You get a hint of what's behind. You get a hint of what's behind, and it reflects light in different ways. Because of the fact that we've got that frame superimposed on it, it's going to create shade and shadow, and you can see it in the renderings. That the panels look like different colors because of the proximity of the amount of vertical fins you have on a given panel of mesh.
Well, actually, I think the mesh comes in different densities.
Yeah, this almost looks like a material that's like wrinkled, like that's.
Well, I think you should. I mean, I would approve it with that frame, but I would want to see different meshes, mocked up in a panel that the board could, decide which density works best. I mean, it's not dissimilar than the garage. What happened with this morning with the Mount Sinai garage?
Alex, would you think it'd be better if the mesh was tighter or looser?
I don't think it should be too tight. I think then it would appear more solid. I think a little more, have more porosity would be better.
I wonder if this is something, because I also like, in general, I think this is an improvement, but maybe it's something that they could work with staff on to refine the specific mesh and look at some actual samples.
Right. Yeah, we had asked because I had asked Alfonso to bring some samples, because I haven't seen this before. I know we've had some examples, but I haven't seen to feel the quality and the texture and hold it up to the light and see how it looks. So we haven't seen that before, so I think we can work with them. I agree that the frame is successful and work on the details and the final selection of that material. Maybe you guys can look at some options for us to review.
And just to clarify, there was another section on the other side that had the three-dimensional screening. That's still the same from the last design.
Right.
And that's what's going to be on the roof to cover.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think the base of the building is improved by unifying it. I'm not convinced of the mesh, nor am I convinced of the staggering of the mullions as the best solution. And so anyway, that's that. I think the balconies are just terrible. I think the changes you made to those took all the life and energy out of that facade. Because the long continuous balcony, which I live in a building which has a 115-foot long balcony. It runs all the way across. It's 4.5 feet wide. And it's a catwalk, essentially, and it's cantilever. And it's only 6-inch thick slab. So I'm not buying the fact that you could.
No. I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to, and if you notice the renderings, the previous renderings, there was what made them look continuous is the fact that they were connected by a beam, essentially. There was a hole behind them, right?
Yeah.
And so that beam was 8 inches, not even 8, because at the edges of the slab is going to be thinner because of the slope to get the water and all that. So that beam was 7.5 inches.
Well, But it didn't have to actually be a structural beam.
Well, I mean, it wasn't structural. It was just a decorative beam to connect the balconies without adding mass.
Anyway, the whole pattern of them and the layout is significantly different, and it's not as good as it was before.
There was a lightness to the other one that didn't translate. I think that's also.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
the walls are more solid, and it's a shame that you couldn't figure out how to actually build those beams, because it's a really pretty detail and unique.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it was, I mean, impossible to get it to work. At those lengths, it was impossible to get it to work.
But even the way the balconies they crisscrossed each other, kind of. There was like this sort of energy that went across the facade. That
made the diving board comment.
Yeah. They still have a little bit of that at the ends, which is at least that's not gone.
Yeah, that was also a structural concern. They couldn't, because at that point those diving boards cantilever this way and that way. So the structural engineer said, you can do it, but you're gonna have to cut it back a little bit. We can't get it to cantilever that far.
Well, and just note that the facade at one point there was quite a bit more glazing, I think, than it was kind of a whole different facade now than it was before.
No, I was just, I wasn't gonna add anything. I was just gonna ask if. So what do we want to do?
Well, personally, I'd like to see the material, and I'd like to have them restudy the facade, balconies.
So that sounds like a continuance. The question is how.
I don't know if everyone else agrees with me.
I do. So that's
we work
3,
with staff
4.
on that.
Okay, well that's a continuance. When should we bring them back?
I would say the June meeting.
Okay, I move to continue this application to the June meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we motion to adjourn?
Second.